Chapter 1258. Jiao had helped Lu Chen a lot this time. This reminded Lu Chen of the second heaven. At that time, Earth Village had been threatened by Green Wolf, and it was Jiao who had stepped forward bravely. Jiao, I forgot to ask you last time. Where are your brothers? I left them before the dark erosion awakened. I was afraid of hurting them. Jiao sighed. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiao. For so many years, she had been alone, imprisoned and controlled by the dark erosion, and he hadn't helped at all. But now, everything was better. They had separated in the first heaven, second heaven, and sixth heaven, but now they were reunited in the seventh heaven. How's the situation on your world? Lu Chen asked. There's still a protection period of more than 10 years. As for the coordinates, there are 4 or 5 true immortals who have some, but they're not very strong. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that the situation on Jiao-Er's planet was also very tense. Jiao-Er, your tribulation shouldn't be lower than Yi-Fan's, right? Lu Chen asked. I'm at the 9th tribulation. Yi-Fan told me that he was at the 10th tribulation. There are very few heavenly tribulations that surpass the 9th tribulation since ancient times. Yi-Fan must have done something that no one knows to attract the 10th tribulation. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Jiao had the complete dark erosion set and was only at the 9th tribulation, but Yi-Fan was actually at the 10th tribulation. By the way, Jiao suddenly said, Yi-Fan has a mortal enemy. It's his ancestor. He massacred Yi-Fan's lineage and stole his cultivation technique. He's now one of the 3 celestial supremacies of the human race. Lu Chen frowned. He had heard about this from Yishang. Yi-Fan's mortal enemy, Celestial Emperor Ling Tian. As for Celestial Emperor Ling Tian, Lu Chen had actually dealt with him before. The heavenly might chessboard of the second heaven was left behind by Celestial Emperor Ling Tian, one of the 3 celestial primes of the human clan, Emperor Yi. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that we will meet sooner or later. In other words, Lu Chen, Yi-Fan, and Jiao all urgently needed to increase their strength. Lu Chen took a deep breath and temporarily put this matter aside. He said to Jiao, Yi-Fan and I plan to go to the nearby immortal cities to see if there are any opportunities. Do you want to come with us? Sure, Jiao immediately said. There are also many immortal opportunities in the 7th heaven. If we were to stay in the cave and cultivate, we wouldn't be able to encounter them. Is your body okay? No problem. Lu Chen nodded. All right, I'll go take a look at Rhubarb. We'll leave in a bit. Rhubarb had been sleeping all this time. Little Critter, Little Fur Ball, and Originator were guarding Rhubarb. Although Rhubarb had always been a cheerleader, its status in the battle pet team was quite high. After all, it was Lu Chen's first battle pet. Lu Chen still hadn't figured out the secret of the golden chrome mirror. At this moment, he was a bit worried when he saw Rhubarb, who had always been lively and active, curled up in a ball. Rhubarb! Lu Chen squatted down. Seeing that Rhubarb was breathing evenly, he was a bit relieved. Little Critter, I'll go to the city right away. You and Originator stay here to protect Rhubarb. Little Fur Ball, you go and follow Little Green. Senior Li Shang and the others still need some time to recuperate. Little Green has to stay here to take care of them. With that, Lu Chen took out the golden chrome mirror and handed it to Little Critter. This belongs to Rhubarb. It might be useful. Got it, Dad. But if you find the portal to the lower realm, don't go there yourself. I want to see my little brother too. It wasn't easy to have a little brother, but we have to be separated. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Got it. Oh, your big sister Green has a voice transmission talisman. Send me a message if you need anything. Okay. Don't worry, Dad. After instructing Little Critter and the others, Lu Chen greeted Li Shang and the others. Then, Lu Chen, Yi-Fan, and Jiao used the teleportation talisman and disappeared from the Saint Spirit Grotto Heaven. Xianling Heavenly Domain, Qianji Grotto Heaven. Qianji narrowed his eyes. He had already seen Lone Tyrant's battle. A mere human king had managed to kill 204 Celestials, including Skylark, Cloud Tyrant, and Shuagu. Damn it, he's just a human king. How can he win? Qianji clenched his fist and slammed it on the jade table. Shuagu and the other 2 are so weak. What a good-for-nothing. Qianji gritted his teeth. It's a pity that I haven't mastered my heaven-devouring dark tide. Otherwise, I would kill him right now. At that moment, his subordinate received a voice transmission. Solipsistic, Yi Fan, and Jiao from Mu Mansion appeared in Diling City. Diling City. Qianji frowned. Is a human race gathering people to go to the celestial ancestors' ruins? There is such a thing, the subordinate said. Is he qualified to go? The human race needs a 6-star true immortal to explore the celestial ancestors' ruins. He must have won at least 10 battles. For every 10 battles, his star will be lowered by 1. Now that he has 72 battles, he should be able to get rid of the requirement. Qianji nodded. If that's the case, he might be going to the celestial ancestors' ruins. The celestial ancestors' ruins are interconnected, and there are many traps inside. It's the best chance to assassinate him. With that, Qianji stood up. If I don't get rid of this person, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Hey Yin, you must kill that kid in the celestial ancestors' ruins. Yes, north of Diling City. Lu Chun and the other two were strolling around in the trading area. Immortals also needed to exchange resources, and every celestial city had its own trading area. After walking around, Lu Chun realized that there were all kinds of strange things being sold here. The people in charge of trading here were all itinerant immortals. They should be the followers of some celestial masters. Sometimes a shop would sell other celestial masters' items, so there were all kinds of things in each shop. Celestial masters, what would you like to buy? A itinerant immortal asked Yi Fan and Jiao respectfully. Lu Chun felt a little awkward. As the captain, he was ignored just like that. But in order to keep a low profile, Lu Chun did not say anything and let Yi Fan and the rest negotiate. Yi Fan looked at Lu Chun. Seeing Lu Chun signal him to speak, he said to the shop owner, "We are here to sell things." "Oh, you're here to sell things on consignment. Our shop's consignment is very standard. All consignment goods will definitely be sold at a price higher than the lowest price you can offer, and not lower. Furthermore, the consignment points will not be less." Yi Fan asked, "What is consignment points?" This celestial master must have just arrived at 7th heaven not long ago. Once you have enough consignment points, you can participate in the celestial domain auction house. You also know that the real good goods are all sold by the auction house. That shop owner was rather enthusiastic towards the celestial master and explained patiently, "Look, the celestial ancestors' ruins are about to open. At that time, there will definitely be many good goods coming out." They had been to a few shops, and the shop owners had all mentioned the celestial ancestors' ruins. This was their next stop. It was just that they planned to sell their cave abodes first. Yi Fan nodded. "How many points do you need to participate in the auction?" 5,000 points. In general, 1 spirit tablet is equivalent to 1 point. Yi Fan and Jiao gave their cave abodes contract and teleportation talisman to Lu Chun. Lu Chun said to the shop owner, 2 medium-grade cave abodes. The lowest price is 4,000 spirit tablets. Also, 500 level 5 god might body-strengthening pills, 100 in a batch, and 1,000 spirit tablets in each batch. Oh, the consignment points are under your name? That loose immortal looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Yes, Lu Chun said. From the previous few shops, he understood the conditions to enter the celestial ancestors' ruins. Currently, only Lu Chun met the conditions. That loose immortal saw that the other party did not have any objections and did not say anything more. He just muttered, "Friend, looks like you found a good job." Some powerful celestial masters were too lazy to go to the auction house themselves and help their loose immortal guests earn consignment points. The shop owner thought that Lu Chun was in such a situation. Lu Chun did not explain much. After completing the procedures, he went out with Yi Fan and Jiao and headed straight to the south of the city. Chapter 1259. On an open plaza, immortal figures are flashing. Some are coming, and some are leaving on their swords. It looks rather lively. Yi Fan says, "It should be here." The 3 of them see a high star, true immortal, standing with his hands behind his back at the side of the plaza. In front of him are several loose immortals who are extremely busy. In front of the loose immortal, some people are queuing up. Lu Chun thinks for a while and says, "You guys wait for me here. I will go and sign up." The queue is not long, and very soon it is Lu Chen's turn. The loose immortal opposite him is lowering his head to register. Immortal Master, Immortal Rank, Immortal Battle Record. You don't have any immortal level battle records. Before Lu Chun could finish, the other party raised his head and looked at him in surprise. "Wait, you don't have any battle records. You're a loose immortal? What? Loose immortals can't participate." That person says with a sneer, "You can, unless you have 70 victories in the immortal arena. Do you have it?" A loose immortal at the side stretches his head over and looks at Lu Chun. "Do you know what 70 victories in the immortal arena means? If you really have 70 victories, I am afraid that even immortal venerable Sengoku will fight to have you as his follower." Lu Chun shakes his head. "Are you guys so free? When my battle record arrives, you will sign me up. If not, you won't sign me up. Just do your job properly. How we do things is not up to you to teach us." That loose immortal says with a cold face, "We will not be polite to people like you who come to cause trouble." Lu Chun sighs. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I am here to sign up." Since ancient times, there's never been a loose immortal who can go to the immortal ancestors' ruins. You say you are not here to cause trouble. Who would believe you? Even I, a ninth tribulation loose immortal, do not dare to be so arrogant. Who do you think you are, actually daring to come here to cause trouble? Lu Chun slightly narrows his eyes. Suddenly, a black spear appears in Lu Chen's hand. Before anyone can react, the spear is already pressed against that ninth tribulation loose immortal's forehead. A drop of blood drips down from the tip of the spear, and that loose immortal didn't even dare to move. All of this happened so quickly that even the high-level true immortal behind the loose immortal was unable to react in time. The lives of his followers were already in the hands of this young man. "Now, can you work properly?" Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the other party. The loose immortal's entire body trembled. His companion was even more at a loss. In front of that guy, they didn't even have time to react. "Spare my life, spare my life. I was a snob. Please show mercy." The ninth tribulation loose immortal said in a trembling voice. Lu Chun didn't kill him. He put away his spear and said, "Can we continue?" Yes, Lu Chun said indifferently. "Immortal duel record, 72 wins." That person's eyes widened. This guy really had 72 wins. One had to know that only true immortals could participate in the immortal battles. In other words, he had defeated 72 true immortals. Not only that, he had not lost a single match. "May I ask sir's name?" "Solipsistic." "Solipsistic? It's you? Earth's cultivator?" Lu Chun couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person and said impatiently, "Have you finished registering?" "Sir, please wait a moment. I will do the registration here." That person instantly became nimble. His previous attitude was indeed completely cured after a beating. Not long later, that person handed over a wooden token to Lu Chun. "Sir, this is the Immortal Ancestors' Ruins travel token. At the same time, it is also a transmission talisman. 3 days later, the Immortal Ancestors' Ruins will open. At that time, only people with this token can enter. Each token can bring at most 2 followers." Lu Chun nodded his head and put away the token. He turned around and was about to leave. That loose immortal suddenly stood up. "Sir, please wait." Lu Chun turned his head in astonishment. "What? Is there a problem?" "Sir, I have a personal question. May I ask, how did you break through the upper limit of loose immortal?" Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, "I am not a loose immortal." With that, he walked away. There was already a commotion behind him. Many people's eyes followed Lu Chun's back until he quickly left with his 2 companions. Is he really not a loose immortal? Is the rumor true? Whether he is in the human king realm or not, I can't take that spear just now. Could it be that mortals can really break through the limit and not be at a disadvantage when fighting against immortals? Unfortunately, As long as Lu Chun didn't answer these questions, they could only guess. If one person spread it to 10 to 100, who knew what it would become in the end? In the woods outside Diling City, Lu Chun and the other two temporarily rested here to discuss. The immortal ancestors' ruins would open in 3 days. It was said that the number of immortals participating in the treasure hunt in the ruins had already reached tens of thousands. In addition, they would bring 2 followers with them. The total number might exceed 100,000. Master, I heard that the immortal ancestors' ruins have entrances in the various immortal realms. In other words, we might encounter immortals from other races, Yi Fan said. Jiu nodded and said, previously, I went to inquire about some information about the immortal ancestors' ruins. There are a total of 3 ruins there. They are the true immortals' ruins, the Sengoku's ruins, and the immortal supremacy's ruins. The deeper you go, the better the treasures produced. It's just that there are many traps inside. In addition, everyone is competing. We still have to be careful. Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, we don't know what's inside now. When the time comes, we'll just act according to the circumstances. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Chun and the other 2 used the token to teleport to the immortal ancestors' ruins. As soon as they arrived, Lu Chun was shocked by the scene in front of him. At this moment, they were standing on a floating boulder. Many people around them were also teleported to this boulder. Standing on the boulder, they couldn't even see the ground below. They could only see layers of white fog. Around them, there were large and small floating boulders, roughly forming a circle. And in front of these floating boulders, there was an incomparably huge teleportation door, towering between heaven and earth. In front of this huge teleportation door, people were like tiny ants, insignificant. Such a huge teleportation door. I've never seen it before, Yi Fan exclaimed. If this is the immortal ancestors' ruins, then what was this place in the past? Jiu frowned and asked. At this moment, a white-clothed woman flashed from a small floating boulder and instantly stood in front of everyone. This woman wore a veil. Her voice was soft, and her figure was graceful. However, when the surrounding people saw her, they all cupped their fists. White Python Sengoku. White Python nodded slightly, and then said, the immortal ancestors' ruins gather the spirit of heaven and earth, the light of the sun and moon, and the immortal ancestors' remnant spirit to nurture treasures. Today, the ruins are open. All immortals can explore on their own. As for what they gain, it all depends on their own luck. I only emphasize one point. Immortals of the human race can only search for treasures in the area left behind by the human race's immortal ancestor. They cannot cross the boundary. Yes, White Python Sengoku. Everyone replied in unison. Lu Chun frowned slightly. In such a big immortal ancestor's ruins, they could only search for treasures in the area left behind by the human race's immortal ancestor. It was a bit wasteful. At this moment, the immortal gate opened, and waves of incomparably powerful spiritual energy rushed out. The immortal ancestors' ruins were open. Chapter 1260. The door to the immortal ancestor ruins opened, and the immortals rushed into the portal. Let's go. Lu Chun and the other 2 quickly entered the portal. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Chun's team entered the immortal ancestor ruins. Lu Chun saw that many people took out their tokens to check as soon as they arrived, so he also took out the immortal ancestor token. A few lines of words appeared on the token. Immortals from all races gather in the ancient immortal realm. The immortal ancestors of each race have their own territories and bloodlines. Anyone who enters the territory of another race's immortal ancestor will be suppressed by the immortal ancestor's spiritual power. Their strength will be weakened, and a large-scale defense mechanism will be triggered. There is a curved line on the token that flickered slightly. From the other immortals, Lu Chun learned that this immortal path was the so-called bloodline. Master, we seem to have to follow this bloodline. Otherwise, we will enter the territory of the immortal ancestors of other races, Yi Fan said. Jiu frowned. The human bloodline seems to only extend to the Sengoku district. Lu Chun thought about it. For now, it was more important to snatch the treasure. If they accidentally entered the other bloodlines, not only would they be suppressed by the immortal ancestors' spiritual power and trigger more mechanisms, but they might also be besieged by the immortals of other races. We'll talk about the rest later. Let's follow the bloodline and see what treasures we can get. Okay, the three of them quickly adjusted their state and walked north according to the direction of the bloodline on the token. In the immortal ancestor ruins, the forest was dense. A large group of immortals stepped through the grass that was half the height of a person and walked into the depths of the forest. Lu Chun, Yi Fan, and Jiao temporarily followed the large group to explore. Not long after, two huge stone statues appeared in front of them. They were about 100 meters tall and stood at the entrance of a valley on the left and right. The statues were carved of two human men. Their eyes were deep as they looked straight ahead. One of them stood with a sword, while the other held a broadaxe. Their expressions were dignified. When someone approached, the statue rumbled loudly, and at the same time, it made a deep sound. Immortal Master's herb garden, trespassers will die. With that, the two statues moved at the same time and waved their weapons at the approaching immortals. Even though the statues were cumbersome, their attacks were extremely fast and powerful, causing spiritual energy to vibrate. Holy sh*T. What the hell is this? Lu Chun was shocked when he saw this scene. Someone in front shouted, "Follow me closely." This war spirit is extremely strong. Every time more than 1,000 people enter, it will activate the defensive array. It will also enter a berserk state. If you want to enter, you will have to wait for 2 hours. Fortunately, those who could come to the ruins of the immortal ancestor were not ordinary people. In an instant, many people rushed into the medicinal garden. Lu Chun and the others were not at the front. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement, they discovered that the two stone statues had suddenly erupted. The stones on their bodies fell off, revealing their true bodies. Star-Lord's defensive array. The two fighting souls joined forces to activate the defensive array. Then, their bodies exploded with terrifying spiritual energy. Not good. The number of people is full. The sword and axe protector is enraged. Hurry up and retreat. Someone at the front fled backwards. Jiao couldn't help but gasp as she watched the two war gods unleash a barrage of attacks on the immortals who intended to barge into the herb garden. Nameless, there's something wrong with these two war spirits. Their spiritual energy is too terrifying. Lu Chun also nodded. He didn't know why the attack power of the two war spirits was so terrifying. Every move was a large-scale attack. It was impossible to get close. Even if it was him, in terms of spiritual energy, he was probably not a match for the sword and axe protector. How abnormal are the attributes of these two guys? Master, the ruins of the immortal ancestor have existed for who knows how many years. The sword and axe protector have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for thousands of years. Let's not fight them head-on. The three of them hurriedly retreated and temporarily avoided the attack. After retreating for thousands of meters, the two war spirits didn't chase after them. They just guarded the canyon. The people who were blocked outside the door looked a little depressed. We actually didn't get to be the first to enter the medicinal garden. It seems that the most precious medicinal materials of the good herbs will be picked by them. There's nothing we can do about it. Unless you rush in now, you can only wait for the war spirits to calm down with the Star-Lord array and the protection of the war spirits. This was the first time Lu Chun and the others had come to the ruins of the immortal ancestor. In terms of experience, they were much worse than others. This time, they also didn't get to be the first to enter the medicinal garden. We were careless this time. Who knew that these two stone statues would suddenly move? Jiao shook her head. Lu Chun had been staring at the two war spirits. Now that no one was close, they quieted down. Lu Chun looked at the immortal ancestor's token again. This valley was a path that the human race had to pass through. This could be confirmed by the fact that the others would rather wait than leave. Otherwise, if there was another way, they would have definitely found another way out. When it came to snatching treasures one step at a time, one step at a time. If they really waited for the second batch to enter, it would be too late. Just as Lu Chun was feeling anxious, he suddenly felt a plant wrap around his foot. Lu Chun looked around in shock. The others hadn't encountered such a situation, and no one had noticed the situation. Lu Chun pretended to sit down, but in fact, he was examining the plant. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chun immediately recognized the plant. "With life," Lu Chun whispered to the plant. The small plant actually let go of Lu Chun's foot. After spreading out on the ground, it pointed in the northwest direction. Then, it shrank into the ground and disappeared. Lu Chun was rather surprised. That plant should be the roots and vines of the primordial Mongolian tree. At this moment, it was actually looking for him. Could something have happened to his son? No matter what, he had to take a look. "Jiao Yi Fan, follow me." At a time like this, he definitely couldn't leave his companions behind. Lu Chun whispered to the two of them and walked to the side of the valley. After Lu Chun and company left the waiting area, not long after, the small vine moved and drilled out of the ground again. It still pointed in the northwest direction before disappearing into the ground again. "What is this?" Jiao asked curiously. "This? I'll explain it to you in the future. Let's follow the direction it points to first," Lu Chun said. Jiao and Yi Fan completely trusted Lu Chun. They didn't care about the tribe and followed Lu Chun in the direction that the small vine pointed. Unknowingly, they had already left the main group and also the human tribe. This time, the small vine appeared again. Lu Chun couldn't help but ask, "Are you with life or not? Where are you taking me?" "If we go further northwest, we will reach the tribe. We are here to search for treasures. I don't want to fight with others before finding any," Lu Chun said. The small vine didn't say anything and continued to guide Lu Chun. Yi Fan pulled Lu Chun back. "Master, if we go again, I'm afraid we will miss the second chance of the Medicine Garden's war spirit releasing people. If we miss it again, I'm afraid we might really be here to accompany them." Lu Chun hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. "Follow the immortal vine." Lu Chun walked for another half an hour. At this time, they had already entered some tribe's territory. At this moment, a large number of immortal vines suddenly appeared under their feet. When the three of them were about to escape, they suddenly realized that the ground under their feet wasn't ground at all. Instead, it was ground disguised by countless vines. The three of them were immediately sucked into the vines. The vines rolled, and the three of them were swept away. They couldn't see each other anymore. Lu Chun was about to activate the celestial demon symbiosis when he heard a familiar voice. "What? You want to hit me?" Lu Chun's eyes widened. "With life, is it really you? I've only sent your friends away temporarily. I won't hurt them. Since you're the child's father, I'll help you this once. Now do as I say." Chapter 1261. Lu Chun was currently in a small wooden house made of vines. In front of him stood a beautiful girl who was a branch of the great Mongol tree. "You're in danger now." Mushin always had that slight smile on her face. Lu Chun was a little afraid. "Danger? You can't be thinking of reproducing with me again, right? Let me make it clear, us humans having children is different from you guys sowing seeds." Mushin could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. "In your dreams, I've already spent too much effort giving birth to Yao. While Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief, he also felt a little regretful. "Then what do you mean by saying that I'm in danger now?" Lu Chun asked. "You don't even know that someone wants to deal with you? There are many people who want to deal with me. I don't have the time to care about these things." Lu Chun answered. Mu Sheng smiled and shook her head. "You're so carefree. I'm really curious how you managed to survive until now. The person who wants to deal with you this time is very strong. He actually invited Sengoku from a different race to deal with you. If you encounter him, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape." "Sengoku? Someone from Venerable Immortal Ling Tian?" Lu Chun frowned. "No, Venerable Immortal Ling Tian is a human. If he wants to deal with you, why would he go so far and ask someone from a different race to deal with you? So your enemy should be someone from a different race." Lu Chun frowned. Did he have any enemies from a different race in the seventh heaven? This question was very difficult to answer. After all, he had not even seen some of his opponents before, let alone know their identities. However, in short, Lu Chun now knew one thing. There was an expert from a different race who wanted to deal with him. To be able to invite Sengoku, that person's strength, Mu Shang said, "You're finally enlightened." As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. The other party also has Sengoku to help. Even if you can escape, what about your friends? Yifan and Jiao were only 1 star after all. They were still too weak. Thinking of this, Lu Qin looked at Mu Shang. Then what should I do? Mu Shang smiled. Actually, most of the immortal ancestral ruins are underground. I'll send you and your friends to the underground ruins in a while. Few people enter there, and there are plenty of resources there. Just remember 2 things. First of all, this underground region is known as the place where the universe reverses. In this place, the meridians circulate in one direction and in the other. Lu Qin's eyes widened. Huh? What does this mean? Mu Shang continued. For example, when you throw a punch, normally speaking, spirit chi would be transmitted from the spirit core through the meridians in the body to the arm and finally explode outwards. But here, if you are in the heaven and earth forward rotation state, you can punch out normally. But if you are in the heaven and earth reverse rotation state, not only will you not be able to punch out, but if you forcefully punch out, you will directly damage your own spirit core. Lu Chun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a strange place? When the universe is reversed, you must circulate your spirit energy in the opposite direction in order to attack. Lu Chun pursed his lips and thought hard for a long time. Then how can you tell if the universe is in the heaven and earth reverse rotation state? I don't know. The underground world has a treasure called the Jyotian star. When the time comes, you will see a star suspended in the sky. The heaven and earth reverse rotation state is determined by it. But that thing has existed for too long, and its interior has become extremely unstable, so there's no way to tell. Lu Chun pursed his lips and did not say a word. He always felt that it was better to stay above ground than to come underground. Second, take the route of your human race's bloodline. The other routes are guarded against foreign races. War spirits mostly expel their own race, but to foreign races, they kill them without mercy. The rules of the surface also apply underground. In order to protect their bloodline, other races often set up more traps against foreign races. Some traps can destroy the world. In addition, I suggest that you don't go too deep. Although the underground ruins are rich in resources, the defense is also stronger. You can find some treasures in the periphery, but it is too dangerous to go too deep. Lu Chen's face darkened. Why don't you send us back? I feel that the underground is even more unreliable. Mu Shang smiled like a flower. Why? Aren't you here to hunt for treasures? If you're afraid of danger when hunting for treasures, then what kind of treasures can you find? Do you know how many rare treasures are hidden in the underground since no one has come here for thousands of years? When it came to treasures, Lu Chun could only swallow his resentment into his stomach. For treasures, it was worth taking a risk. All right then, someone has already taken the lead in the herb garden. We can only gamble now. Lu Chun sighed. Mu Shang smiled. All right then, I will send you to the underground. Lu Chun suddenly said. Then how's Yao Er? Your sister has already accepted Yao Er's identity. She sent Yao Er back to Earth to be raised. Over there, Yao Er can at least spend a carefree childhood. Mu Shang's eyes turned gentle. Is there an entrance to the lower realm here? I want to go back and see my son. No. Mu Shang's reply was very straightforward. Where is it? You're rooted in the 7th heaven, so you should know. Lu Qin anxiously asked. Over at the human immortal domain, the few known entrances to the lower realm are all controlled by someone. I'm only a branch of the great Mongol tree. I have a better understanding of the human immortal domain, but I'm not sure about the other immortal domains. Lu Qin's brows were tightly furrowed, and he did not say a single word. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Mu Sheng walked in front of Lu Chun, pressed her lips against Lu Qin's ear, and softly said, Rather than going to the lower realm to see Yao Er, I think it's best for you to find the person who's trying to harm you. I don't wish for my child to grow up without a father. In the next second, the vines rolled, and Lu Chun was once again drawn into the endless divine vines. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Your sister is very interesting. After Mu Sheng said her last sentence, she retreated into the vines and disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Lu Chun, Yi Fan, and Jiu fell from the sky at the same time. When the three of them landed heavily on the ground, they saw that the three of them were deep in the underground world. This place was abnormally spacious, with overlapping mountains and rivers flowing through them. Above their heads was a huge bright disk, like the sun and moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the entire underground world. That should be the Jiuqian star. This place was not much different from the surface. However, when they looked up at the sky, they could see that the sky was made of solid rock. Heavens were underground? Yi Fan frowned. This is really an underground world. It's practically a world of its own. It should be that plant that brought us down. However, this place is actually so vast. I've never seen an underground like this. Jiu looked around. There was actually a mountain range underground. This was really unbelievable. This is the underground part of the immortal ancestors' ruins. Lu Chun said, "There are more treasures here than above, and no one is snatching them from us." As Lu Chun explained, he took out the immortal ancestors token. Mu Sheng had said that they had to take the human race's immortal path. Now, their position was clearly off track. Let's return to the human race's immortal path first. Don't run around. This place is more dangerous than above, Lu Chun reminded them. The three of them returned to the human race's immortal path using the token. This place should be right below the herb garden. Yi Fan compared the token and studied it. Yes. Lu Chun looked ahead and confirmed their location. Let's go in first. Let me confirm whether it's the heaven and earth cycle or the heaven and earth cycle. Yi Fan looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Master, what's the heaven and earth cycle or the heaven and earth cycle? At that moment, Yi Fan saw Lu Chun throw a light punch. Then, Lu Chun was sent flying. Yi Fan and Jiu Er's faces were filled with fear. What exactly happened just now? Lu Chun jogged back. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cursed, "That lunatic. He's going to be played to death." Chapter 1262. Lu Chun explained to Jiu and Yi Fan about the heaven and earth forward rotation and reverse rotation. Only then did the two of them understand that Lu Chun had sent himself flying just now. "Can't you be gentler?" Jiu blamed Lu Chun. Lu Chun said, "I can't do anything about it. When reversing, I need to use my spiritual power. Moreover, it's a direct attack on my spirit core. There's no way to defend against it." Yi Fan frowned and said, "According to Master, this place is more dangerous than the surface. I reckon there will be plenty of opportunities to fight. However, it's very troublesome to use spiritual power in reverse." Lu Chun glanced at the entrance of the valley. There were no huge war spirits guarding it. After thinking about it, Lu Chun said, "The area above ground opens up once every few years, but there are still so many people coming to search for treasures. It can be seen that the immortal ancestral ruins is a place where spirit gathers and can nurture a large number of treasures. The underground area is uninhabited all year round. The treasures here are many times more than those on the surface. We have a try." Jiu also said, "Yes, the other perfected immortals of the seventh heaven have cultivated here for hundreds of years and accumulated a lot of resources. In addition, they have recruited a lot of guests. It's impossible to establish a foothold in the seventh heaven without taking risks. Yi Fan, if you're afraid, you can wait for us here. However, don't be greedy when we take the treasures." Yi Fan said, "Sister Jiu, I'm not afraid. I'm worried about you guys, especially Master. What if he uses a sword to break the sky? Wouldn't he directly ascend to the heavens with a sword?" Lu Chun was speechless. "I say, kid, can't you say something more auspicious? You're fine. Can something happen to your master?" "Master, I'm just afraid that your attack is too high." Jokes aside, the three of them were very strong. Their combat ability was also outstanding. In addition, they had been poor recently. In the end, they decided to venture into the underground, immortal ancestral ruins. Master, let's try to see if there are any changes in other non-offensive skills under the reversal situation. After saying that, Yifan immediately used a displacement skill. Lu Chun and Jiao Er's vision blurred. What a fast movement technique. This kid, Yifan, is improving very quickly. Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh. However, in the next second, the two of them heard a loud bang, and a figure sank into the side of the mountain. Not long after, a person crawled out from the rubble. Yifan's face was covered in blood as he jogged back. Master, Sister Jiao, you can't use displacement recklessly. You can increase your speed, but you can't control it. It seemed that under the heaven and earth reversal state, not only could he not use his attacks, he could not use his other statuses and movement techniques as well. Since we have plenty of time to explore, let's try not to use our spiritual energy, Lu Chun said. All right, let's go in. With that said, the three of them were about to enter the valley. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly felt that there was someone behind him. He didn't dare to use his spiritual power, so he hurriedly turned around to look. Not far away, a woman in white was walking towards them. Lu Chun frowned. Linglong? When Linglong saw Lu Chun and the others, she didn't dare to use displacement and quicken her pace. Lu Chun, Yifan, and Linglong sized up the woman in black beside Lu Chun. This woman was dressed in black, and her face was no longer as pale as when she was bedridden. After her complexion improved, she looked even more outstanding. Miss Jiao, are you all right? Back then, Jiao wasn't really in a coma. It was just a special cultivation technique of the dark erosion, so she knew that Linglong had taken care of her. She bowed slightly to Linglong. Thank you for your concern, Sister Linglong. I'm fine now. Thank you for taking care of me back then. Linglong smiled. It's nothing. Miss Jiao, you don't have to take it to heart. Lu Chun interrupted and asked, Linglong, why are you here? Senior Mu Sheng sent me down, Linglong said. Also, it will be more difficult for you without an apothecary. She wants me to go with you. You're an apothecary? I know medicine and poison, but I don't specialize in apothecary. I specialize in both, Linglong said. Lu Chun nodded. Although he had met Linglong as a seventh firmament genius, they had stayed together in the myriad world maze for 2 years. She had accompanied him through the lowest 2 years and was already one of them. That's great, Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise. By the way, are you clear about the situation here? I roughly know about the changes in the universe. It's caused by the instability of that thing. Linglong looked at the huge sphere on the horizon that resembled the sun and moon. The 9 heavens eternal star, one of the top 10 most precious treasures in the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, it's nearing its end. It's different from other treasures. Other treasures will gradually lose their spiritual energy, but the older it gets, the more spiritual energy it will have. It's just that it will become extremely unstable and uncontrollable. Lu Chun sighed in his heart. Linglong was indeed the encyclopedia of the 9 heavens. She even knew so much about the stars of the 9 heavens. It seemed that Mu Shang's conscience had been discovered by Linglong on this trip. The team of 3 had now become a team of 4. Lu Chun led the team and carefully entered the valley. Although there were no huge stone statue war souls here, the 4 of them did not dare to let their guard down. They did not move very quickly. After all, there were few people in the underground area, which also meant that most of the traps here had not been triggered before. Above, there should be a herb garden at the same location. But why are there only weeds below? Linglong wondered. Let's go in first, Lu Chun said. After walking for more than 10 minutes, an arc-shaped light screen appeared in front of them. It seemed to be a defensive array. Is it a defensive array? Jiao asked. It doesn't look like it. A defensive array needs a supply of spiritual energy. This place has been empty for a long time. It's impossible for a defensive array to last this long, Yifan said. After the 4 of them carefully approached, they realized that the light screen was not big. It was about the size of a basketball court. However, there were 2 stone lion statues in front of the light screen. One of them was much larger than the light screen. It was lying there with its eyes wide open, motionless. Although the light screen was not big, it was quite crowded inside. The vegetation inside was lush, and there were many exotic flowers and herbs competing with each other. It's a herb garden. Linglong's eyes widened. And it's a high-grade herb garden. The herbs inside, Nuwa vines, spirit-returning earth spirit grass, five-petaled daffodil. They are all rare herbs used to refine high-grade elixirs. This small herb garden is several times more valuable than all the herb gardens in the valley above. When everyone heard that, they were immediately energized. However, the four of them did not dare to take the risk. After all, this was the celestial ancestors' ruins. The stone statues were not ordinary stone statues. Those stone statues will attack. Moreover, the herb garden is so small. It's probably impossible to pick herbs under their eyes, Lu Chun said. How about this? I'll lure the stone lions away. You guys go pick the herbs. Lu Chun was the strongest, so the task of luring the stone lions away was left to him. Master, let me test it first. Yi Fan tried punching. He was still fine. Everyone was delighted. It was the heaven and earth positive rotation. Hee, my luck is not bad. Then I'll go. After saying that, Lu Chun directly rushed out of the grass and came in front of the stone statue. Sure enough, the stone on the surface of the stone statue fell off. In the blink of an eye, it turned into two giant golden lions and roared. Then, the two giant golden lions pounced on Lu Chun at the same time. Lu Chun coldly snorted. Now, it's the heaven and earth positive rotation. I'll give you 99 meters. If you can catch me, I'll consider it your ability. The golden lion was unable to restrain its anger, and its speed was extremely fast. Lu Chun hurriedly used his movement skill. At this moment, Jiu and the other two saw Lu Chun fly out like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby mountain. Damn, when did it turn upside down again? Lu Chen's angry roar came from the mountain. The two golden lions did not care so much and directly rushed to the mountain. Jiu said faintly, his brother Nameless using his life to lure the golden lions away. This, Master won't lure a monster and die. Yi Fan said worriedly. Linglong shouted, don't worry about him. He shouldn't die. Let's hurry up and pick the herbs. Chapter 1263. His teammates had full trust in Lu Chun, so when they saw that Lu Chun was being chased, they decided to make the best use of their time to pick herbs. Linglong and Lu Yi had a similarity. When picking herbs, they paid attention to avoid damaging the roots. Yi Fan and Lu Yi also knew how to refine pills. After all, not everyone had Lu Yi following them. Boom! Another loud sound came from afar. The three of them looked up into the distance. It seemed that Lu Chun had been forced to use a displacement technique and had crashed into a rock. However, the three of them only glanced at it and did not say anything. They lowered their heads and continued with their work. Half an hour later, all the herbs here were picked. The three of them straightened their backs and walked out of the herb garden. Boom! A loud sound came from a mountain in the distance. Yi Fan frowned. Huh? Isn't the heaven and earth rotation now? How can Master still crash into a wall? Maybe he himself can't figure out whether it's the heaven and earth rotation. So even if it's the heaven and earth rotation, he can't figure out the direction. Ling Long speculated. Lu Chun, we're done. Ling Long shouted at Lu Chun. Not long after, a man with a bruised nose and swollen face rushed towards them. Lu Chun shouted as he ran. It's the heaven and earth rotation now. Run. The four of them had not escaped far from the golden lion's attack range when they found another herb garden. There were two stone lions guarding the door. I finally know. Although there isn't a large herb garden here, there are many small herb gardens like this. The herbs in each herb garden are extremely rare. Ha ha ha, we're rich, Yi Fan said excitedly. Yeah, if these herbs are refined into pills, it'll definitely be a good income. Jiu agreed. Ling Long was also full of enthusiasm. She rolled up her sleeves. Okay, let's continue picking herbs. We must take all the herbs here. Lu Chun looked at the three of them in shock. Wait again. I'm not going to be the bait this time. Last time I almost died. The three of them looked at Lu Chun at the same time. Ling Long asked, "Do you know how to refine pills? Do you know how to pick herbs? Do you recognize these herbs?" Yi Fan said, "Master, you're the person I admire the most. How can you back down in the face of difficulties? We should face it head on." Jiao said, "You're the strongest among the four of us. Of course you'll go. Besides, you're already injured to this extent. It doesn't matter if you get hit a few more times." Lu Chan sucked in a breath of cold air. Faced with so many questions, he was actually speechless. "You guys really made bad friends." Lu Chan gritted his teeth and said, "It couldn't be helped." Lu Chan really didn't know how to refine medicine. Apart from his fishing and cooking skills being very high, he was also a dabbler in refining tools. Refining medicine was a field that he hadn't come into contact with after obtaining Little Green. If I had known, I would have brought Little Green. No, I should have brought Little Green and the alchemy boy as well. I'll let the three of you be cannon fodder. I'll pick herbs alone," Lu Chan said ruthlessly, shaking his head as he walked out. The two golden lions had awakened. Lu Chan took a deep breath and said, "Actually, we'll leave after picking herbs. Why don't you two stop chasing us so fiercely?" Compared to Lu Chen's confidence last time, Lu Chen was much more low-key this time. However, the golden lions didn't intend to listen to him and directly pounced on him. "Move quickly." With a boom, Lu Chen crashed into the mountain. "Damn it, the tables turn again? Are you crazy? Can't you inform us?" Yi Fan nodded. "Master is indeed a master. He's so good at luring monsters. With such a big commotion, it's hard to lose him even if we wanted to." Jiao snickered. "This is the first time I've seen Nameless so unlucky." Ling Long said, "When we get out, give him an extra share of the treasures. Let's hurry up and pick herbs." That night, Ling Long and the other two were counting the day's harvest. They had picked a lot of herbs from the 8 gardens. Lu Chun was seriously injured. He lay alone on the side, looking at the Jiutian star in the sky with a hopeless expression. This was only the first day, but he was already scared by the heaven and earth reversal. Mu Sheng, why don't you send me back? I really can't take it anymore," Lu Chan said with tears in his eyes. The golden lions didn't touch Lu Chen at all. His injuries were all caused by himself. After hundreds of attempts, it was fine when the heaven and earth reversal was used. However, when the heaven and earth reversal was used, the flow of spiritual power was irregular, causing unpredictable changes in the direction of displacement. For this reason, Lu Chen also tried to change the direction of the flow of spiritual power, but it ended in failure. Later, Lu Chen tried to deliberately crash into the mountain when the heaven and earth reversal was used. However, it turned out that a wrong was not necessarily a right, and it could be even more wrong. I, Lu Chen, have roamed the Jiutian for more than 10 years, and I've never been in such a sorry state," Lu Chen said fiercely. The Jiutian star in the sky was like the sun and the moon, and the change in spiritual power was caused by the instability of its internal structure. Was there no way to control it? Just as Lu Chen was trying to figure out the Jiutian star, a few of his teammates walked over. "Lu Chen, lie down and don't move. I'll apply medicine for you. We picked a lot of good herbs this time, and they can help you recover quickly," Ling Long said. Lu Chen's heart warmed. It seemed that everyone was still worried about him. "After all, we still have to rely on you to lure the monsters tomorrow." Lu Chen's face suddenly darkened. "No, aren't you guys very strong? Isn't it a bit inhumane for a human king to charge and break through the enemy lines against 3 true immortals? Others might not know, but you don't. How could we dare to call ourselves immortals in front of you? No matter how strong we are not as strong as you," Ling Long said with a smile. "All right, we know you've suffered. We kept your share for you. Besides, we might not need to lure the monsters tomorrow. When the time comes, we'll see who's better at dealing with them. Heal your injuries first." Lu Chen shook his head. The golden lion was still quite strong, and he was a bit worried about others. There was no other way. He could only do this hard work himself. Everyone assumed that there would be no one else in the underground immortal ancestor ruins, so they did not arrange for a night watch. Everyone did not dare to use spiritual power, and they were exhausted after a busy day, so they all rested in the camp. Lu Chen's injuries were all superficial, and he recovered quickly. However, he could not sleep at this time. He had dodged hundreds of times today, and he could not get rid of it. The outermost golden lion was already so strong, so the guards inside must be even stronger. In addition, there were traps. It would be very difficult to get good things. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gently got up and went to a slope outside the camp. He stared at the Jiuqian star. Lu Chen frowned and muttered to himself, "Everything has spiritual power. Even this world with the Qinquan reversal is the same. There must be a way to resist the influence of this reversed spiritual power. It can affect the circulation of my spiritual power, so it must be affected by my spiritual power. I can't detect it in time, which means that there must be something I haven't noticed. Let's try again." If he wanted to sense the change in spiritual power, the effect of displacement skills might not be obvious. Even ordinary attacks would have little effect. It was best to use cultivation techniques. I have many low-level cultivation techniques. Let's try them. Yi Fan was awakened by the sound of spiritual power explosions. He sat up and said, "Master, Sister Jiao Senior Linglong, be careful of an ambush." This guy's vigilance was quite high. However, when he sat up, he found that the sound came from behind the slope not far away. Jiao and Linglong also woke up. Only Lu Chen did not know where he went. When the three of them rushed to the slope, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Lu Chen had just stood up when he shouted and used Great Ravager. Then he was sent flying. However, when he stood up, he used Great Ravager again, and he was sent flying again, and so on. Chapter 1264. This practice lasted for a few hours. While heaven and earth reversal was happening, Lu Chen kept using his spirit energy and carefully sensed the circulation of spirit energy in his body. However, due to heaven and earth reversal, the attack would directly attack the spirit core. Even if it was a low-level mighty Ravager sweep, Lu Chen could not keep practicing like this. Yi Fan and the rest should have rested enough. It's time to set off. With that, Lu Chen returned to the camp. Yi Fan and the others were still resting. However, Lu Chen discovered that there were 2 dark red pills and a piece of paper on the lawn where he was resting. Nameless brother, this is the Spirit Blood Sky Mending Pill. It can help you repair your spirit core. Only Jiao still called Lu Chen Nameless brother. It seemed that Jiao had left the pills for him. Lu Chen looked at the sleeping Jiao. This girl, after taking the pills, Lu Chen reviewed the feeling of the previous training. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Linglong and the rest had also woken up. The 4 of them set off again and went deep into the human race's territory. After walking for a short distance, they were blocked by a mountain range. The mountain was huge and completely blocked the path ahead. It was hundreds of meters tall and was a towering mountain even on the surface. Are we going to cross this mountain? Yi Fan asked. Linglong thought for a moment and said, "The surface should correspond to this place. If I'm not wrong, this place should correspond to the surface. It's also a place that nurtures treasures. It's best if we find the entrance first." "What's the one-line sky?" Jiao asked curiously. "It's the immortal ancestors' ruins on the surface. This area is also blocked by the mountain range, but there's a very hidden path. The path passes through the mountain and has countless forks, but they all lead to the opposite side. However, the passage can only accommodate one person. When passing through it, there's a one-line sky above your head. That's how it got its name," Linglong said. Although the previous herb garden was somewhat different from the surface, it was still a herb garden in essence. Therefore, I think there might be other paths that can pass through here. Lu Chen frowned and said, "What treasures are in the one-line sky?" "Treasure chest," Linglong said. "Treasure chest?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "Treasure chests can be born here?" "This is the 7th layer of heaven," Linglong explained. "The treasure chests were not nurtured. They were probably left behind by the immortal ancestors as bait. There are many elemental spirits in the immortal ancestor ruins. Most of them are earth spirits in the one-line sky. They collect heaven and earth spirit chi and seal it to make spirit tablets. They also collect spirit tablets of the fallen immortals. Spirit tablets are also things with spiritual energy. After an immortal dies, his spirit tablets will automatically use the teleportation talisman to escape and land in various parts of the seventh heaven. However, the earth spirit can immediately block the teleportation talisman and collect the spirit tablets to prevent them from escaping. Then, it will put these relics into the treasure chest. I don't know how many people have opened the treasure chests on the surface, but there are still spirit tablets inside the chests. The earth spirits don't attack treasure hunters. They just keep filling up spirit tablets. This seems to be their mission. Of course, how many spirit tablets you have in the treasure chest depends on your luck. It's normal for some people to encounter empty chests. Jiao frowned and said, Sister Linglong, you said that the treasure chests are bait and the earth spirits don't attack people. Does that mean that there are many traps in the one-line sky? Yes, no one will complain about having too many spirit tablets. Since everyone came to the immortal ancestor ruins to search for treasures, they naturally won't skip the one-line sky. The one-line sky is narrow and has very little room to dodge. It is undoubtedly the best choice to set up traps, Ling Long said. There's an unwritten rule in a one-line sky on the surface. To enter the one-line sky, every team must be more than 100 meters apart. This is to prevent others from triggering the traps and causing them to be unlucky. Lu Chen was very glad that Mu Sheng had brought Ling Long down. Her knowledge could allow the team to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Spirit tablets were a resource that everyone urgently needed. Thus, they definitely had to explore the one-line sky. The few of them hurriedly split up to search for the entrance. Not long after, Yi Fan shouted from afar, "The entrance is here." The entrance was only about 3 meters wide. If one were to consider avoiding the traps, it would indeed be crowded for one person to walk through. Everyone, be careful. Pay special attention to the operation of the universe. Follow behind me. With that said, Lu Chen led the team into the one-line sky. As they walked on the small path, they looked up. Indeed, there was only a narrow gap above their heads. It felt somewhat stifling. However, they had only taken a few steps when Yi Fan, who was at the back, exclaimed, "Master, why is the path behind us blocked?" Everyone hurriedly looked behind them. Indeed, they had walked more than 20 meters, but about 20 meters behind them, the rock walls on both sides merged together, completely sealing off their path of retreat. What's going on? Lu Chen frowned. I don't know either. This has never happened in the one-line sky on the surface. Ling Long was also very surprised. Jiao said, there is still a difference between the underground and the surface. Perhaps this is a unique phenomenon here. We can only advance and not retreat. Fortunately, they had not encountered any traps yet. Taking advantage of the temporary safety, Lu Chen stopped first. Yi Fan said, if we can't turn back, then I think it's better for us to split up. There must be a large number of treasure chests here. If we pass through in one go, it will be too much of a loss. Lu Chen looked at the few of them and said, what do you think? Ling Long nodded and said, I agree. Jiao also nodded. Searching for treasures on the surface is also a true immortal, leading a guest to search for treasures. We should also have the ability to protect ourselves. Ling Long said, if we really can't pass through, remember to run upwards. Lu Chen was originally a little worried. However, considering that everyone needed the spirit tablets, and that the other 3 were not weak, he could not always take care of them. He nodded and said, all right then, let's go together first. When we reach the fork, we will split up to search for treasures. Everyone, leave a voice transmission talisman. If we encounter any danger, we can find it in time. The first 50 meters were safe. There were no traps or treasure chests. However, 20 meters behind them, the rocks would automatically merge together. Not long after, a fork appeared in front of Lu Chen. There were a total of 7 paths. Everyone, choose one yourselves. Ling Long directly entered the nearest fork on the right. Jiao chose the one on the left. Yi Fan looked around and then looked at Lu Chen. Master, help me choose one. My luck with money is not very good. Lu Chen could not help but laugh. Isn't it all the same? Anyway, no one has been here before. As long as we can avoid the traps, won't we be able to earn spirit tablets with our hands? Yifan thought about it and agreed. He chose the path on the far right. Master, I'm leaving. After saying that, Yifan rushed into the entrance. Lu Chun waited for a while and realized that the rock walls behind the three paths had begun to merge. The three of them had already split up to explore deeper. Looking at the remaining 4 forks in the road, Lu Chun casually chose one and went in. After walking for 20 meters, there was a rumbling sound behind him. The entrance had closed. Now Lu Chun had no way out. After a few more steps, Lu Chun suddenly found a stone tablet with 4 words written on it. Ultimate difficulty, Lu Chen's fighting spirit, which had just been ignited, suddenly froze. Chapter 1265. Ling Long did not mention the difficulty of the forks, but Lu Chun could still recognize the words on the stone tablet. He had successfully chosen the most difficult path. Cough, cough, it's nothing. The risk and reward are proportional. This is the ultimate difficulty, but the reward must be considerable. Lu Chun comforted himself. Although that was what he thought, Lu Chun still became careful. At that moment, Lu Chun felt a violent tremor under his feet, followed by a loud noise behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw the 2 walls quickly merging and moving toward him. Originally, the merging of the walls maintained a distance of about 20 meters, but now, the walls were crazily squeezing and were about to catch up to Lu Chun. F***CK. This is too much. I'm here to hunt for treasures, not to do parkour. Before he could finish speaking, the walls were already pressing down on him. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He did not dare to complain and hurriedly ran forward. However, before he could take 2 steps, he triggered some unknown mechanism. Dozens of sharp sword auras directly penetrated the walls. Lu Chen's eyes widened. At this time, he had to use a displacement skill to dodge. Rapid movement. Lu Chen's speed increased sharply, but he was going in the opposite direction. Damn it, you're still using heaven and earth reversal at this time. Without a doubt, this stone wall was definitely not an ordinary stone wall. If he was really pressed down, who knew what the consequences would be? The walls on both sides merged crazily, making loud noises. Although Lu Chun had used rapid movement to avoid the sword auras, the result was not much better. He was now rushing toward that side. At the moment of life and death, Lu Chun suddenly used the move, listen with respectful attention. Listen was to pull the opponent in front of him, but because it was heaven and earth reversal, when he used it now, a huge force directly pushed Lu Chun back. Lu Chun did not have time to think. He got up and ran. He did not expect Listen to save Lu Chun's life. However, before he could even take 2 steps, a sword aura that was dozens of meters wide came straight at him. This sword chi's spiritual energy is so fierce. Lu Chun hastily jumped up. The sword chi streaked past Lu Chun's feet and exploded on the rock wall. With a loud bang, the sword chi smashed into the closed rock wall behind Lu Chun, but the rock wall remained undamaged. When Lu Chun saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. This was enough to prove that this mountain was very strange. Such a powerful attack, but it didn't even manage to knock down a single piece of rock. At the same time, it also meant that if Lu Chun was crushed by the rock wall, he might not be able to escape. Jiao had just obtained her first treasure chest, which contained 200 spirit tablets. When she heard the rumbling sound around her, she couldn't help but frown. She immediately took out a voice transmission talisman and asked, "What's going on? Is someone in danger?" Not long after, Ling Long replied, "Jiao, everything is normal here. I've already obtained my first treasure chest." After a while, Yifan also replied, "Sister Jiao, what danger?" "Haha, I'm rich. I've obtained 2 treasure chests and didn't encounter any traps. I have a total of 350 spirit tablets." The only one who had no news was Nameless Bro. Could it be Brother Nameless? Jiao frowned. Nameless Bro did not reply, nor did he ask for help. She did not know how he was doing. After thinking about it, Jiu decided to continue searching for treasure chests. After all, Nameless Bro was not normal for a day or two. If someone were to compare the progress of the four of them, they would realize that Lu Chen's progress was far ahead. At the same time, Lu Chen was frantically running for his life. Treasure chest. Lu Chen looked at a wooden chest in the corner. This was already the 7th treasure chest he had seen. However, the rocks behind him were merging faster and faster. They were only 3 to 4 meters away from Lu Chen. In addition, Lu Chen had stepped on all the traps. How could he have the time to open the treasure chest? Seeing that the rock wall behind him was about to catch up, Lu Chen used all ears on the rock wall. However, a suction force came. He did not suck in a rock wall, but he was sent over. However, after realizing this, Lu Chen did not panic. Instead, he was overjoyed. It's heaven and earth positive rotation. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He quickly activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis. He stepped on the rock wall and used the force to activate 9 void steps. In an instant, he was almost 100 meters away. Along the way, the traps closed in. Lu Chen blocked them with Void Guard. He finally had a moment to catch his breath. Not far away, there was a wooden chest by the grass. Lu Chen rushed over to open the treasure chest. There was a thick stack of spirit tablets inside. There were at least 1,000 of them. Lu Chen did not have time to count them. He put away the spirit tablets and continued running. With heaven and earth positive rotation, Lu Chen did not care about the traps. The rock wall behind him could not catch up to him. He finally had time to collect the treasure chest. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had collected 4 treasure chests. There were more than 1,000 spirit tablets in each chest. There's another one in front. That chest is huge. Lu Chen ran forward in pleasant surprise. Before Lu Chen could get close, the ground around the treasure chest suddenly collapsed. Following that, 4 figures emerged from the ground. After the 4 people appeared, the deep pit in the ground automatically repaired itself. The 4 of them stood around the treasure chest. The 4 of them were clearly not living creatures. Instead, they looked like carved statues. However, they were not like the guards from before. When the surface layer of rock fell off during the battle, they remained in their rock form. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Not good. Are they puppets? The 4 rock puppets stood there, blocking the path. Following that, the 4 rock puppets slammed the ground at the same time. Behind them, about 70 to 80 meters in front of Lu Chen, the rock wall actually merged. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The path ahead was blocked by the 4 rock puppets. He hurriedly looked behind him. There were about 200 meters left before the rock wall merged. In other words, he only had a few seconds left. Damn it, what kind of broken path is this? Lu Chen said angrily. Die for me. Rapid Shadow Spear. While heaven and earth positive rotation was still active, Lu Chen had to quickly kill the puppets and seize the treasure chest. Perhaps if he killed them, the path ahead would be unsealed. 2 rock puppets stood on each other's shoulders like a human pyramid. The 4 of them simultaneously raised a gray spirit shield. Combination skill, Ancient Earth Rock Shield. The 4 spirit shields merged into one and directly took Lu Chen's 6 Rapid Shadow Spear head-on. With a loud bang, Lu Chen was shocked to find that the spirit energy he used to attack was absorbed by the Ancient Earth Rock Shield and then dispersed to the ground and rock wall. Using the earth and mountain range to dissolve my Rapid Shadow Spear attack. Lu Chen was shocked. This was the first time someone was able to block his 6 Rapid Shadow Spear. After the 4 rock puppets took the Rapid Shadow Spear, they simultaneously slammed the rock wall. Lu Chen only felt the light above his head darken. When he looked up again, he saw that the line of sky was blocked by the rock. He didn't even have the chance to escape from above. The 4 rock puppets were expressionless. They quickly formed a line. The 3 at the back placed their palms on the back of the one in front and transmitted spirit energy, until the one at the front made a move. Ancient Earth Rock Saber, Great Earth Chop. The ground in front of them quickly swelled up, and a golden saber rose from the ground. Immediately after, the golden saber fiercely waved, and a saber aura that occupied the entire passage slashed towards Lu Chun. Looking at this unavoidable saber, Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open, and his brain almost stopped working. Chapter 1266. Lu Chun couldn't avoid it, and the earth slash was already coming at him. The war souls, the puppets, and even the stone walls were ridiculously strong. Lu Chun didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated his status. War God Possession, Dragon God Form, Celestial Demon Astral Body. In the blink of an eye, a black spear appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. The space here was too small for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. The blade was already in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chen's face was ferocious as he mobilized all the spiritual power in his body. Looking at the right time, he blocked with the god-slaying spear, instantly changing the direction of the opponent's attack. The blade grazed Lu Chen's shoulder and slashed behind Lu Chun. In an instant, there was a loud explosion 100 meters behind Lu Chun, and the blade hit the stone wall directly. The indestructible stone wall was directly split open and a crack 100 meters deep. However, as soon as the crack appeared, the stone walls on both sides squeezed toward the middle and instantly filled the crack. At the same time, Lu Chun turned into a black shadow and shot toward the 4 rock puppets as one with a spear. The 4 puppets used the same trick, and the 4 of them worked together to activate the joint earth-rock shield. The current situation was extremely dangerous. If he couldn't kill these 4 puppets, Lu Chun would be caught by the closing stone walls. Unfortunately, the reverse soul roaming dragon's counterattack couldn't compare to the 6 spear shadow spear. Lu Chen's counterattack was directly offset by the earth-rock shield. Damn it, how are these 4 guys so strong? Lu Chun dodged, burning with anxiety. Their attack might not be too outstanding. After all, the reverse soul roaming dragon could block the earth slash, but the 4 of them combined defense was too strong. The earth was connected, and the mountains were connected. Using the earth and mountains to neutralize Lu Chen's attack, didn't this mean that if he didn't have the strength to break through this planet, he wouldn't be able to break the other party's earth-rock shield? This was only the second stage of the celestial ancestors' ruins, and it was already so terrifying. After a few seconds of battle, the crazily closing rock wall was only 70 to 80 meters away from Lu Chun. But at this time, even Lu Chun was somewhat at his wit's end. The defense of the 4 puppets was like an iron bastion. It was impossible to pass through. Perhaps he could escape with a teleportation talisman, but that would mean leaving the immortal ancestors' ruins completely. Now that the opening time of the immortal ancestors' ruins had passed, he wouldn't be able to enter if he left. The treasure chests behind the 4 puppets seemed to be telling Lu Chun that the treasures were not so easy to obtain. No, you wanted to quit? It's not that easy. Lu Chun said fiercely. How could the 4 puppets allow Lu Chun to think of a countermeasure here? One of the puppets stretched its hand into the rock wall beside it. Its hand actually went through the rock wall and took out a longbow, shattering star barrage. Just as the puppet launched an attack, it was suddenly sent flying and nailed to the wall. Following that, it was attacked dozens of times before its head tilted to the side and it stopped moving. Lu Chun looked at this scene in shock. That puppet, it suddenly stopped moving? Obviously, the situation had reversed. That guy had used the shattering star barrage to shoot itself to death. This is also possible. Lu Chun's eyes widened, and he quickly understood. Even the puppet could not predict the rotation of the Jotian stars and died at its own hands. The other 3 puppets actually stopped moving. Now is the only chance. Lu Chun did not have time to think. He held a spear and rushed toward the remaining 3 puppets. At this time, no one could use spiritual power. Lu Chun could still move without spiritual power, but the puppets were not controlled by spiritual power. They were dead. Lu Chun rushed in front of the 3 puppets. Seeing that they were not moving, he hurriedly said to Heaven Pilfering, "Heaven Pilfering, can you steal these 3 puppets?" Heaven Pilfering hurriedly said, "I don't dare to use spiritual power now. But if my guess is correct, their puppet strings are actually the earth element. As long as they are separated from the earth element, the puppet strings will be cut off. So it's that easy. Lucien did not say anything and put away the 3 puppets. There's still one more. If you cultivate that puppet, you should be able to use it. Lucien nodded. Let's open the chest first. He opened the chest. In addition to the 5-stack spirit tablets, there were 2 cultivation techniques in the chest. Immortal technique, ancient art of earth and rock, puppet technique, earth guard, special. Lucien picked up the art of earth and hurriedly glanced at it. This thing was very likely related to the strange movement of earth and rocks in the one-line sky. If he learned it now, he might be able to control the rock wall. Very good. The earth element affinity is not enough. Lucien hurriedly put away the 2 books. At this moment, the rock wall in front of him, together with the rock layer above his head, opened again. Lucien let out a sigh of relief. He quickly rushed to the last puppet and put it into his backpack. In front of him was a wilderness. It seemed like he had finished walking through the one-line sky. Although he missed a lot of treasure chests on this trip to the one-line sky, Lucien did not want to stay here for a moment longer. He directly rushed out. Not long after he came out of the exit, Lucien found that his path was completely sealed off. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. He was still in shock. The saying was true. Previously, Lucien almost gave up. But at that time, he was only 1 step away from the exit. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he did not run away. It's all thanks to the reversal of heaven and earth. Lucien sighed. At that time, he really did not think of cutting off the puppet's connection with the earth. He had never heard of a puppet technique that used elements as puppet strings. Speaking of which, if the reversal of heaven and earth happened to be when I met the Earth Guard, wouldn't I have picked up a treasure for free? Lucien suddenly thought of this possibility. Thinking about it, it seemed that he was not so lucky. Forget it. The one-line sky is a place that depends on luck. My luck has always been average. It's good that I can come out alive. After a short rest, Lucien found that the others had not come out yet. No one sent a sound transmission talisman to ask for help. He took out his loot. There are only 9,000 spirit tablets. This stack has 1,000 pieces. Sigh. Just looking at the treasure chests in a hurry, I missed 7 or 8. That's 7 or 8,000 less, but I got 2 cultivation techniques. My luck is not bad. Looking carefully at the ancient earth secret art, Lucien found that this cultivation technique was actually a puppet master's cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a puppet master's exclusive cultivation technique with an earth puppet. Ancient earth secret art. After being cultivated by a puppet master and used by an earth puppet, the effect is increased by 100%. However, the cultivation requirements were a little harsh. The first level required an earth element affinity of 50,000. Seeing this requirement, Lucien knew that he would not be able to cultivate this cultivation technique for the time being. Lucien took out the puppet technique. The first page of the book was an image of an earth puppet. It was the 4 rock humanoid puppets that Lucien encountered. Earth puppet is the embodiment of the earth. The earth is the line, and the earth is the shield. The 4 great puppets can be separated or combined. They are especially good at defense. When the 4 earth puppets exist together, they can summon the earth's secret art. The initial physical strength of the earth puppet is equivalent to the strength of a 9-star true immortal. According to the puppet master's earth element affinity, the physical strength can be increased. The highest physical strength can reach is the immortal supremacy level. Chapter 1267. A puppet has a special puppet technique. It was Lucien's first time encountering such a thing. Since the others hadn't come out yet, Lucien learned the puppet technique. After mastering the puppet technique, Lucien could release the 4 Earth Guardians without worry. 3 Earth Guardians stood there obediently, and 1 was lying limp on the ground. The ancient Earth Rock Shield is a skill of the ancient Earth Secret Art. I don't have any cultivation technique right now, so I don't know if they can still come out. Lucien scratched his head. However, whether it was the combination skill of the ancient Earth Rock Shield or the ancient Earth Rock Blade, they both required the cooperation of 4 puppets. Without 1 puppet, they couldn't be activated. Lu Chen walked to the damaged puppet and checked its condition. After all, Lu Chen had already cultivated the puppet technique and had a connection with the puppet. He knew the problem at a glance. It needs to be repaired by the earth element. I don't have an affinity with the earth element right now, so it seems that I can't repair it for the time being. Lu Chen thought for a moment and simply put away the 3 puppets, leaving only one. Since he couldn't gather all 4 Earth Guardians, then the difference between 3 and 1 wasn't much. In the one-line sky, I don't know who is controlling the Earth Guardians, but the technique isn't outstanding. When heaven and earth was reversed, in order to prevent the Earth Guardians from injuring themselves, they directly gave up control. When I snatched the puppets, they didn't stop me. It seems that it might be some kind of program control. Lu Chen thought. In that case, the Earth Guardians are probably carrying out fixed orders left behind by some immortal. The puppet technique does have a fixed order control method. If that's the case, then when heaven and earth was reversed, the Earth Guardians can also be controlled. Then can I use them to test moves? Thinking of this, Lu Chen tried to give the guard an attack order. Rock-breaking fist attack once. The puppet moved a bit and punched out, then its whole body flew out. Lu Chen relied on the connection between him and the puppet to observe the movement of the spiritual energy in the puppet's body. When he was completely observing the changes in the spiritual energy from the perspective of a bystander, Lu Chen could see more clearly. It seems that the spiritual energy in the guard's body was forcefully attracted by some force when he attacked, causing the direction to change. The guard ran back from afar, his face expressionless. The rockfall fist didn't do much damage to it. Lu Chen summoned the other 2 puppets to protect him. He entered the state of an ata and observed the spiritual power of the guards. Lu Chen let the guards take turns to attack, observing the changes in their spiritual energy time and time again. After observing again and again, coupled with his previous thousands of attempts, Lu Chen finally saw some clues. As expected, it's caused by a powerful gravitational force. Lu Chen exited the state of an ata and looked at the Jyotian star on the horizon. That thing is so powerful that it can directly change the way the spiritual energy in others' bodies circulates. It's really hard to imagine who managed to subdue such a supreme treasure. Lu Chen subconsciously thought about the Jyotian star. Although the Jyotian star was hanging in the sky of the underground world, it was like the sun and the moon, visible but untouchable. Lu Chen shook his head. Linglong said that the thing was now unstable. Even if he obtained it, it would be difficult to control and might even backfire on him. Since he couldn't obtain it, Lu Chen could only focus his energy on cracking it. The direction of spiritual energy is changed by the Jyotian star, and the direction is unpredictable. In other words, to resist Qian-Koan reversal, I must immediately figure out the direction of the change after the spiritual energy in my body is changed, and then adjust the direction of the spiritual energy in my body. However, the moves are often made in an instant. Even if I can control my spiritual energy accurately, I can't react in such a short time. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He now understood the principle of Qian-Koan reversal and thought of a way to deal with it, but he still couldn't control his spiritual energy as he wished. If I can use my spiritual energy normally when Qian-Koan reversal is happening, maybe we can go further in the immortal ancestor ruins. Lu Chen's eyes were like torches. Let's try again. Before he knew it, Lu Chen had been practicing here for 2 to 3 hours. This time, he didn't need to do it himself. 3 hours later, Lu Chen was a little tired. In addition, he couldn't repair the guards now. If he broke the guards, it would be a great loss. Finally, he put away the puppets and stopped to rest. Not long after, an exit appeared in the mountain, and then a slender black figure flashed out. Jioa. Lu Chen hurriedly greeted her. When Jio came out of the exit, she was in a hurry and almost fell. After being supported by Lu Chen, she saw that it was Lu Chen and blushed. Nameless big brother, are you okay? Lu Chen asked with concern. I'm fine. There's a big box at the exit, but it's full of traps. Fortunately, the Dark Erosion 9 Souls helped me block it, so I took it out, Jio said. Traps? Just traps? Lu Chen frowned. Are there no guards or anything? His last big box had 4 earth guards. He was really surrounded by wolves and tigers, and the top of his head was sealed. Why was there such a big difference between people? What guards? Jiao looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Before Lu Chen could answer, another pale yellow figure flashed out of the exit. You're all out. Ling Long also came out. Did you get the big box? There's so many traps there covering the sky and earth. Jiao immediately found the real voice and talked to Ling Long about the dangerous trap array. Hearing Jiao and Ling Long talk about how dangerous it was, Lu Chen could only shake his head and sigh. Sister Ling Long, what's the difficulty of your one-line sky? Mine is the hard difficulty. Mine is the same as yours, the hard difficulty, Ling Long said. By the way, how many spirit tablets did you get? I found 28 boxes with 7,000 spirit tablets. The last big box had 3,000 spirit tablets, so the total was 10,000. Then we're about the same. I'm also about 10,000. After the two finished talking, they looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what's your difficulty? How did you come out so quickly? Don't tell me it's the easy difficulty? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Others' hard difficulty was 10,000, but his final difficulty was only 9,000. Of course, if he opened all the treasure boxes, it would definitely be more than that. At this moment, a new exit appeared in the mountain. Yi Fan frowned and walked over with a heavy heart. Master, Sister Jiao Senior Ling Long. Yi Fan looked listless. Did you guys win or lose? The 3 of them were surprised. What win or loss? Why was this guy not on the same channel as them? What did you say? Lu Chen asked curiously. I'm talking about the last bet. Yi Fan also looked at the 3 of them curiously. Wasn't there a big box at the end? It was guarded by an earth spirit. After it was opened, you had to use the spirit tablets you obtained before as a bet with the earth spirit? Yi Fan, what's the difficulty of your one-line sky? We didn't encounter any bets. Yi Fan frowned. What difficulty? But at the beginning I saw a stone tablet. On it was written the path of destiny. Also, there were no traps in the one-line sky. There were treasure boxes everywhere. Before I came out, I picked up more than 50,000 spirit tablets. More than 50,000. The 3 of them widened their eyes. Yes, then there was a big treasure box at the end. It was especially big, about this big. Yi Fan gestured with his hands, stunning everyone. They had never seen such a big treasure box in their lives. Then a little earth spirit bet with me. Master, you know that I don't like to gamble. But he said that if I won, he would give me 5 times the reward. I thought about it, 1 time for 5 times. I couldn't resist, so I... Chapter 1268. He remembered that when the Demonic Academy was first established, Old Hai had mentioned Yi Fan as a genius disciple. His first sentence was not about how talented he was, but that he might not be able to afford the tuition fees. Lu Chen finally understood why this was the case. Yi Fan was a 10 tribulation true immortal. He had the best potential in the 7th heaven. He could endure hardships, had good comprehension, and was very strong in combat. But now that he thought about it, he might have used his lifetime of fortune to exchange for these talents. So, you returned all the spirit tablets to the earth spirit? Lu Chen looked at Yi Fan with disappointment. You can't call it returning. After all, I tried my best, Yi Fan said seriously. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Don't you know your gambling skills and fortune? Master, I thought about it carefully. I gambled based on luck. In other words, it was a matter of probability. According to probability, I have never won before, so I should have won at least once. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, very good. Your thinking is very clear and reasonable. But what about the spirit tablets? I lost them all, that's it. Lu Chen could not do anything about this disciple of his. But Lu Chen knew that if Yi Fan could really win, he would not be Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan did not get anything, the others still had a good harvest. Jiao also comforted Yi Fan. They had only reached the 2nd stage, and there were still chances. As long as Yi Fan did not gamble, his final harvest would not be less than the others. After resting for a while, The team continued to explore deeper. Not far ahead was an ancient city. The entrance was very narrow, and there was a bronze cauldron in front of the door. It looked like a cauldron for refining weapons. As expected, it corresponds to the ruins on the surface, Ling Long said. This is the refining area. The ruins on the surface have been explored many times. Now, there are only a few synthetic materials and ready-made equipment left. But underground, if we're lucky, we can find equipment. Jill asked, Sister Ling Long, there should be quite a number of mechanisms here, right? Ling Long nodded. Of course there are traps, but they're not the scariest part. There are weapon spirit puppets in the equipment refining area. Artifact spirit puppet? Yi Fan asked curiously. I've never heard of this kind of puppet before. Ling Long said, I'll just talk about the situation on the surface. As you all know, when you reach a certain level of refining, you can refine metal puppets. Jill, and Yi Fan both nodded seriously. Although Lu Chun didn't understand, he also nodded to prevent himself from standing out too much. He was only at the 4th or 5th level of blacksmithing, so how would he know anything about refining metal puppets? He could only follow behind and listen. In addition to some divine artifacts left behind in the refining area on the surface, there are also a large number of metal puppets. The artifact spirits of those divine artifacts, having been left here for a long time, have begun to control the puppets. The puppets controlled by the artifact spirits are different from the puppeteers. They don't need any puppetry techniques. After all, they're in the form of spirits and can directly parasitize the puppets. In other words, the artifact spirits have turned the puppets into their own physical bodies. Therefore, although the artifact spirit puppets are puppets, they are not real puppets. Everyone listened attentively. In the Jiuqian, there were indeed all kinds of strange things. Even now, they could still encounter all kinds of strange new things. The artifact spirit puppets are unique to the refining area of the immortal ancestor ruins. Their strength is determined by the strength of the artifact spirit and the strength of the puppet, Ling Long continued. The artifact spirits here also have survival of the fittest. Every time the immortal ancestor ruins are opened, there will definitely be a king of artifact spirits in the refining area. They're all very strong. I remember that the artifact spirit puppets on the surface, in terms of true immortal level, the highest level that appeared before was equivalent to a 2-star Sengoku strength. A 2-star Sengoku. Everyone's eyes widened. Ling Long nodded. Although it only appeared once, and there was only one of it, more than 40 true immortals died in its hands. In the end, it was a 5-star Sengoku who subdued it. Yi Fan frowned. That was on the surface. No one has come to the underground ruins for many years. After thousands of years of elimination and evolution, the final king of artifact spirits is definitely much stronger than a 2-star Sengoku. Yi Fan's worry was the same as everyone else's at this time. In the team, Lu Chun was the strongest, and he had the strength to kill 3 8-star true immortals. However, if he encountered a Sengoku, the result was hard to say. If they encountered a high-leveled Sengoku again, even Lu Chun would definitely not be able to stop it. Lu Chun thought for a while and said, This time, let's not split up. Everyone, be careful. If we encounter a true immortal level artifact spirit puppet, I think we should be able to fight it. As long as we avoid the king of artifact spirits, we can still pass through here. Yi Fan nodded. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we can find a piece of divine equipment, we can break even with one. Break even? We didn't lose the spirit tablets, Ling Long said mercilessly. However, I agree to continue exploring. No one has been here before. This is our opportunity. As long as we don't encounter the king of artifact spirits, we can escape with the teleportation talisman. Zhou did not have any objections, and Lu Chun led the team into the ancient city. Different from the artifact refining area on the surface, the artifact refining area here had a roof, just like a huge ancient castle. There were torches on the walls. Lu Chun thought for a while. Not only were there artifact spirit puppets here, there were also traps. that definitely could not pass through in the darkness. Thus, he flicked out a spark and lit up the torches. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they did not encounter any danger for the time being. Ling Long whispered, "We haven't entered the main area of the artifact refining area yet. We should be arriving soon." Jiu suddenly said, "Brother Nameless, this place doesn't seem to be affected by the Jotian star. From the moment we entered until now, my dark erosion 9 souls have been in a normal state, which means that it has been in a positive state." Luchin frowned slightly. Sometimes the reversal of the universe could help them. However, now that there was no reversal, there was one less variable that could help them. Luchin took a deep breath and continued to lead the team forward carefully. After walking for a few more minutes, a spacious room appeared in front of them. There was a copper cauldron in the room. The copper cauldron was rusty, and it looked like it had not been used for a long time. There was a row of weapon racks next to the copper cauldron. Some equipment hung on them, but they looked a little shabby. Ling Long whispered, "Be careful. That's the artifact refining room. Traps, artifact spirit puppets, equipment, and artifact refining materials are most likely to appear in the artifact refining room. Because it's been too long, the equipment racks need to be checked one by one. Some high-level equipment will also be dusty and damaged because of its age." Luchin nodded. "I'll go in and see if there are any artifact spirit puppets." Luchin crouched and leaned against the wall. He moved carefully and leaned sideways to observe the artifact refining room. Luchin had just poked his head out when he heard a clicking sound coming from a dark corner of the artifact refining room. Then a dull voice sounded. "Finally, someone has come to accompany me." The next second, a strong spiritual energy shot directly at the wall where Luchin was hiding. Chapter 1269. Move quickly. Luchin hurriedly dodged. In the next second, the wall that he was hiding behind was smashed into pieces. At the same time, a black shadow rushed out of the crafting room and slashed at Luchin. Luchin hurriedly used the 9 void steps to distance himself and retreated back to the team. So unlucky. The first crafting room already has an artifact spirit puppet. Luchin frowned. After all, no one has explored this place for a long time. It's possible that every crafting room has an artifact spirit puppet. Ling Long and the other 2 were also prepared for battle. Pull out and fight. There are no traps outside. "What level is this guy?" Yi Fan asked. Ling Long glanced at the artifact spirit puppet. "Do you see the mark on his chest? That's the mark of the puppet's strength and quality written by the craftsman after the puppet is refined. Artifact spirits usually fight for puppets that can display their strength, so we can usually judge the strength of an artifact spirit puppet from its level. This guy has 9 horizontal lines on its chest. It should have the physical strength of a 9-star true immortal. I estimate that its strength is similar to that of a 9-star true immortal." "No way. We just arrived, and we're already encountering a 9-star one?" Yi Fan frowned. "Master, you're quite unlucky." At that moment, 6 or 7 figures suddenly rushed out of the crafting rooms and surrounded the 4 of them. Among these puppets, the highest level was the 9-star artifact spirit puppet. The others were not too high in level. The highest was a 7-star one, while the rest were 2 or 3 stars. "Oh no, we're the only team here. The commotion just now has alarmed the surrounding artifact spirit puppets," Ling Long said anxiously. The 4 of them were standing back to back in a circle, surrounded by 7 puppets. Luchin stared at the puppets around them. "I'll deal with the 9-star one. Ling Long will deal with the 7-star one. Jiu, Yi Fan, you guys think of a way to restrain the rest. Try not to go too far from here to avoid attracting the puppets from the other crafting rooms." Jiu took out the Dark Erosion World Annihilating Wheel and activated the Dark Erosion 9 souls. "Yi Fan will deal with 3 each." "All right, big sister Jiu." Yi Fan also drew his sword. Ling Long casually threw out a Dao talisman, sealing off the sound in the vicinity. Then she took out 2 swords. Her opponent was a 7-star artifact spirit puppet, whose strength was 7 stars higher than hers. Everyone activated their statuses and found their opponents. They quickly got into position and started fighting with their opponents. Lu Chun held the void, god-slaying spear in his hand as his mind raced. Jiaoer and Yifan were only one-star martial artists fighting against 3-2 and 3-star puppets. Even if they were only tangled up, the pressure was extremely great. Ling Long was an opponent 2 stars higher than herself, so the pressure she felt was not any weaker than Jiaoer and Yifan. At the true immortal realm, a difference of 1 star in strength could result in a huge difference. Even a genius like Yifan, who could jump 7 or 8 levels in the Human King realm, would not be able to jump so many levels here. Moreover, the higher the star level, the more difficult it was to surpass. For example, the time required to advance from 8-star to 9-star was much longer than the time required to advance from 1-star to 8-star. It could be said that the pressure Ling Long was facing was even greater than that of Jiaoer and Yifan. I must finish this battle as soon as possible. Lu Chun made up his mind and directly activated the Dragon God form. The emptiness of God's and Demon's arm, void attack, rapid shadow spear. This time, Lu Chun attacked with a killer move. The 6-spear rapid shadow spear went straight for the puppet's chest. However, what Lu Chun did not expect was that the 9-star spirit tool puppet did not intend to defend. It stretched out both of its palms, and a bone-crushing hammer appeared in its hands. Celestial Technique Sky Extinction Hammer, God's Crush. It did not defend. Lu Chun could not believe it. There were very few people who could make him miscalculate in an actual battle. However, Lu Chun soon understood that the opponent did not defend because it was a spirit tool puppet. After all, a puppet was different from a human's body. If it was damaged, it could be repaired or even replaced with a new puppet. However, the opponent's attack was powerful and surging with spiritual power. Even Lu Chun could not withstand this attack if he did not defend himself. Damn it! Lu Chun hurriedly changed the direction of his attack and used the high-speed movement of the rapid shadow spear to avoid the God's Crush. His spear directly hit the ground and pierced a deep hole in the ground. The spirit tool puppet looked at Lu Chun blankly. What? You don't dare to fight with me? It seems that your courage is still not enough. Lu Chun coldly snorted. You dare to say that because you are a puppet. Even so, what's wrong with that? Isn't this my advantage? In a life and death battle, shouldn't I play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses? Lu Chun stared at the puppet. Although it was a puppet, the spirit tool puppet was really no different from a real opponent. I bet your friend can't hold on for more than 30 seconds. The opponent slightly raised its head. You are destined to die here. Lu Chun angrily glared. This guy could actually disturb his thoughts. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, you are still far from it. Lu Chun coldly snorted and used 9 void steps to close the distance. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus, Sword Heart. Lu Chun used his spear as a sword and continuously attacked the spirit tool puppet with a large amount of spiritual power. Immortal Technique, Golden Armor Heavenly Soldier. A large number of afterimages wearing golden armor appeared in front of the spirit tool puppet and blocked the attacks of the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart one by one. Although Lu Chun's attack was fast, the puppet's defense was also fast and orderly. Even a perfected person would find it difficult to defend so methodically. Immortal Technique, Absolute Sky Hammer, Heaven and Earth Hammer. The afterimage of the golden hammer in the puppet's hand suddenly became incomparably huge and smashed towards Lu Chun. If you dare to dodge, your friend will die before you. The puppet shouted. Lu Chun's eyes widened. From the terrifying spiritual power overflowing from this heaven and earth hammer, it was very likely to be an area attack. As long as he got out of the way, his 3 teammates would be in danger. At the critical moment, Lu Chun did not choose to dodge, nor did he choose to block. Void Attack Rapid Shadow Spear. This time, it was the spirit tool puppet's turn to be shocked. This guy actually did not block, and actually wanted to exchange lives with it. It seems that you know that this is your only way out. Unfortunately, I will not fall, but you will. The spirit tool puppet was not afraid, and continued to smash towards Lu Chun. Seeing that the two killing moves were about to collide, Lu Chun shouted, "Earth Guard!" A rock puppet suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chun. The Earth Guard directly used the ancient earth and rock shield to block the heaven and earth hammer. At the same time, Lu Chun had already stabbed out with his spear. With a loud bang, the huge bone-shattering hammer hit the ancient earth and rock shield, and the ground under the Earth Guard's feet suddenly cracked. Without a joint skill, the ground could not absorb such a large amount of damage in a short time. The Earth Guard was directly smashed into the ground. At the same time, Lu Chun's spear had already pierced through the spirit tool puppet's chest. Then, lava began to flow from the wound, quickly melting the puppet's body. Lu Chun took a deep breath and looked back at the spirit tool puppet. "Sorry, I don't plan on exchanging lives with you." Spear Dao 1000 Army Break. With dozens of spear strikes, Lu Chun had turned the spirit tool puppet's body into a sieve. Coupled with the melting of the earth and rock lava, this puppet was definitely crippled. Lu Chun was originally worried about Ling Long and the others, but when he finished fighting and looked back, Yifan had already killed two, and Zhou had also killed one. Ling Long's opponent was also completely suppressed by Ling Long. "Damn, you're all so strong?" Lu Chun was stunned. Did his team eat those of a higher level? His previous theoretical analysis didn't seem to work on his teammates. Suddenly, Lu Chun thought of the one person he really needed to care about. "Wait, that's my Earth Guard." Chapter 1270. With Lu Chun's help, the team quickly dealt with their opponents. Only then did Lu Chun rescue the underground Earth puppet. The Earth puppet's body was very strong, and with the ancient Earth shield's defense, the damage to the puppet wasn't too serious. It was just temporarily unusable. Lu Chun shook his head, feeling a little distressed. Out of the 4 Earth puppets, 2 were broken. The key was that he didn't have enough affinity with the Earth element, so he couldn't repair them. "Lu Chun, you still have such a strong puppet?" It took a hit from a 9-star spirit puppet, but it wasn't completely damaged. Ling Long looked at the Earth puppet in shock. "I got this in a one-line sky. At that time, it was blocking the way, so I took it," Lu Chun explained. "Nameless brother, you still have a puppet guarding the one-line sky? What's the difficulty?" Jiuer exclaimed. Lu Chun sighed. "I'm pretty unlucky. I chose the ultimate difficulty." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. As expected of a man who had gone through 4 12th grade heavenly tribulations, he could casually choose a path of ultimate difficulty. Although Lu Chun had damaged a puppet, the result of this battle was still acceptable. The 4 of them weren't injured, and they cleared 8 nearby refining rooms in one go. The 4 of them searched the 8 refining rooms one by one. The first few rooms seemed to be of a lower level. There were some rare materials, but the harvest wasn't much. Everyone still focused on the rooms with 7-star and 9-star spirit puppets. Most of the equipment on the equipment rack were half-finished products. After many years, they had become scrap that couldn't be refined anymore. Just as everyone was feeling a little depressed, Ling Long opened the cabinet under the workbench. "Wow, there's frost cloud iron here. There's also goldfinch dust. So much. With these materials, this trip is already worth it. This is the Azure Dragon Pearl. This is a necessary material for refining divine artifacts." Jiuer also found something in the cabinet. Yifan opened the furnace and found a pair of black daggers inside. "This weapon can be used." Lu Chun widened his eyes. Yifan actually found equipment. This guy, other than his bad luck in gambling, was very strong in all other aspects. Lu Chun wasn't in a hurry to find treasures. However, as a 4 or 5-star blacksmith, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to recognize these high-grade materials even if they were placed in front of him. With Rhubarb not around, Lu Chun could only look for other helpers. "Sky Thief, what materials do you need to restore you in autumn?" "The materials we need are different. What I need is giant divine stones. Only by extracting heavenly divine iron from the giant divine stones can I truly restore myself. These artifact forging rooms must have been used by true immortals in the past. It will be very difficult to find giant divine stones here. As for Chiao, she definitely doesn't have the material she needs. Lu Chun was sweating profusely. Heaven Pilfering didn't care about the treasures here. What was even more ridiculous was that it was already difficult enough to restore the god-slaying spear, but it seemed like the materials needed to restore the magic divine staff were even more high-grade. Yi Fan and the other two had gained something. They collected all the materials they found. Only Lu Chun hadn't found anything yet. Master, let's go. There's another artifact forging room that produces 7-star puppets. Yi Fan said. Lu Chun nodded. Just as he was about to leave with them, Heaven Pilfering suddenly said, Lu Chun, look at this artifact forging room. From the outside, it seems to occupy more space than the other rooms. However, the space inside is about the same as the other rooms. There might be a secret compartment here. Lu Chun stood outside the artifact forging room and looked around. He realized that was indeed the case. Master? Yi Fan saw Lu Chun in a daze at the door and called out to Lu Chun. Lu Chun frowned and said, You go over first. I'll check again. I'll come back later. All right. Lu Chun returned to the artifact forging room and knocked on the wall. After knocking around, he didn't find anything unusual. Then, Lu Chun moved the storage cabinet aside. This knock sounded different from the surroundings. There's indeed a secret compartment. Be careful of traps. Heaven Pilfering reminded. Okay. Lu Chun directly activated his Buddha body clone and let one of his clones punch through the wall. Indeed, a small room appeared inside. Then, the clone entered the secret compartment. Sure enough, countless thin silver needles shot out from the walls of the secret compartment. These silver needles weren't ordinary hidden weapons. They contained spiritual power and seemed to be thrown out by a killing god assassin. They were extremely fast and covered the entire space. After all, the clone's reaction was still slower than Lu Chun's. It also didn't have the great void arm to defend and was directly shot into a sieve. Soon, the clone's wounds rapidly festered. The silver needles were coated with poison and the clone was directly destroyed, Lu Chun gasped. To be able to prevent his clone from reacting, these hidden weapons were definitely meant to defend against true immortals. After triggering the trap, Lu Chun walked into the secret compartment. There was a wooden table in the secret compartment with a wooden box on it. Lu Chun used his god-slaying spear to open the wooden box. With a click, the wooden box opened. However, there was no trap installed in the wooden box. Lu Chun carefully approached the wooden box and checked it. There was a strangely shaped, transparent jade in the wooden box. Heaven Pilfering, do you know this? Yes, this is the psychic immortal jade. Lu Chun, quickly take this thing. It can awaken Xiaoying. Lu Chun's eyes widened. It could actually awaken Xiaoying. He hurriedly put away the wooden box. After checking the secret compartment again and making sure that he didn't miss anything, Lu Chun left the secret compartment to meet up with his teammates. Everyone swept through the 8 equipment forging rooms and collected a large number of rare materials. The materials found in the 9-star equipment forging room were especially valuable. Other than that, Yi Fan found a dagger. It should be a lesser divine artifact. Lu Chun found the psychic immortal jade. It was a great harvest. The team continued to explore. After the previous battle, Lu Chun had a whole new level of respect for his teammates. Other than that, they were also more careful. When fighting with the artifact spirit puppets, Ling Long always set up an array to isolate the battlefield. She tried not to disturb too many cultivation rooms and ended the battle quickly. The team's harvest was also increasing. There were all kinds of equipment, forging materials, and 5 or 6 lesser divine artifacts. Other than that, they also found a few extremely rare materials. Psychic Immortal Jade, Green Dragon Reverse Scale, Chilling Core Firestone. I really didn't expect there to be so many treasures in the underground equipment forging area. Ling Long exclaimed. Our harvest is even more valuable than what the 100,000 people on the surface found. How come there are so many materials? We won't have to worry about materials for equipment forging in the future, Jiur said happily. Yi Fan chuckled. There's still a few more cultivation rooms in front. Let's look for them again. We can't let any of them slip through the net. The 3 of them were in a good mood. However, Lu Chun, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Don't talk." Lu Chun's voice was unusually serious. Moreover, he had already pulled out the god-slaying spear before he even saw the enemy. Yi Fan and the rest instantly became nervous. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook rhythmically. At the end of the path in front of them, a figure walked out of the darkness. Someone's finally here. An expressionless puppet appeared 50 meters in front of Lu Chun. "Since you're here, don't leave." Chapter 1271. The mark on this puppet's chest was completely different from the previous ones. It had 3 stars. 3 stars Sengoku. Even without Ling Long's explanation, Lu Chun could roughly guess it. 3-star Sengoku level puppets are not the king of puppets here. Ling Long's eyes widened. What was even more exaggerated was that as the tunnel ahead gradually lit up, more Sengoku level puppets appeared and were moving toward them. There are at least a dozen Sengoku level puppets. In this crisis, Jio had already activated the Dark Corrosion 9 souls. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. Looking at this lineup, even he would not have a chance of winning against so many Sengoku level puppets. "Quick, teleport talismans. It'll be too late," Ling Long said anxiously. The 4 of them hurriedly took out their teleport talismans. Even though there were still many areas in the underground ruins that had not been explored and many treasures that had not been found, they had to retreat now. However, the puppets on the other side had already moved. "You want to leave? Is that possible?" The 4 Sengoku puppets moved at the same time, as if they were activating some kind of array. "Immortal array. Void's end." "Oh no, they're going to block the teleportation array." Ling Long was shocked. However, at this moment, among the 4 of them, a figure shot directly toward the group of Sengoku puppets. "Leave quickly. Rapid shadow spear." "Master!" Yi Fan was furious and was about to rush over. "Nameless brother." Jiao Er's eyes were red, and she was about to explode. Ling Long pulled the 2 of them back. "In a battle of this level, you'll only be a burden. Let's leave first. At least there's still hope." On the other side, Lu Chen's rapid shadow spear had reached the limit of 6 shots, and he instantly killed his way into the enemy's formation. The 4 Sengoku puppets had no choice but to take action and activate their shields at the same time. With a loud bang, in the aftermath of the spiritual energy, a few crafting rooms collapsed. A ring of spiritual energy exploded along the tunnels, and the entire crafting area shook violently. "Leave quickly." Lu Chen's voice came from the ruins. "Teleportation talisman, beyond the sliver of heaven." Ling Long gritted her teeth. Ignoring their struggles, she directly teleported the 2 of them together. "Lu Chun, you must live." Ling Long's hoarse voice came from behind him. It was clear that she was in extreme pain. Lu Chun finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least Ling Long and the others had managed to escape. However, just as Lu Chun stood up, more than 20 figures faintly appeared in the surrounding smoke. More than 20 Sengoku. Emotionless voices came from all directions. "How dare you ruin my plans? I'll make you wish you were dead. A mere itinerant immortal dares to defy Sengoku. Since you let the 3 of them go, then you alone will have to bear everything that they should bear." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and gripped the god-slaying spear tightly. The other party had more than 20 Sengoku-level puppets. Moreover, they were not low-star-level puppets and were even spirit puppets. Most importantly, if he were to fight here for a long time, more spirit puppets, or even the king of puppets, would come, and he would definitely die. His only chance now was to escape. However, he was already surrounded by Sengoku's spirit puppets. "Go to hell." As he spoke, one of the puppets had already attacked. Divine art, sword traversing 30,000 miles. Inverse soul roaming dragon. Lu Chun raised his spear to block. However, just as the god-slaying spear was dispelled from the sword, traversing 30,000 miles, Lu Chun felt an extremely vast spiritual power coming at him, making it impossible for him to completely dispel this move. After a portion of the spiritual power was dispelled, in the end, half of the spiritual power was unstoppable. It came crashing down on Lu Chun like a landslide. The strength of a 3-star Sengoku was so terrifying that even the inverse soul, roaming dragon, could not block it. Earth Guardian. At this critical moment, Lu Chun had no choice but to summon 2 puppets at the same time and use the ancient Earth Rock shield to help him block the attack. With a loud bang, after the spiritual power collided, a terrifying spiritual explosion occurred. The 2 puppets, together with Lu Chun, were sent flying by this move. With the 2 Earth Guardians helping Lu Chun to dispel a large amount of damage, Lu Chun blocked the remaining damage with Void Guard. However, he was still affected by the spiritual power fluctuation and vomited blood. After a few more bangs, Lu Chun and the Earth Guardian broke through several walls and crashed into a huge crafting cauldron. They only stopped when the crafting cauldron was sent flying. Lu Chun checked on the Earth Guardian. It could no longer move, so he quickly recalled the Earth Guardian. This guy is so strong. Lu Chun had just raised his head when he saw a blur in front of him. Another Sengoku had already charged over. You can actually block Sengoku's attack. This itinerant immortal is quite interesting. Unfortunately, you still have to die after meeting me. Immortal Art, Netherworld Claw. A pile of virtual metal claw gloves appeared on the Sengoku's arm and directly clawed at Lu Chun. Its speed was too fast, and Lu Chun had just eaten the sword traversing 30,000 miles. The spiritual power in his body was in a mess, so it was difficult for him to dodge completely. Dragon God Form. Lu Chun used an enhanced skill and desperately activated 9 void steps at the same time. The virtual claw brushed past Lu Chun's chest. Wherever it passed, dragon scales fell off and flesh and blood flew everywhere. With heavy injuries, Lu Chun was once again pushed back. Before Lu Chun could completely stabilize his body, a few more Sengoku teleported in front of Lu Chun. Have you seen a cat catching a mouse? Don't worry, it's rare to meet someone. We don't want to kill you so quickly. Play with us first. After saying that, the few of them attacked at the same time. Lu Chun's body was covered in new wounds, and he was sent flying again. This was the first time Lu Chun was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Even though Lu Chun was strong and had rich combat experience, he was already in a desperate situation when facing dozens of Sengoku. Damn it, these guys are so strong. Lu Chun was covered in blood and collapsed in the ruins. Was this Sengoku's strength? It was stronger than Lu Chun imagined. I have to find a way to escape. Lu Chun panted heavily. But how could he escape under the noses of so many Sengoku puppets? Is there no way to escape? Lu Chun gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing that more Sengoku puppets were coming, Lu Chun quickly dodged. Triple door. Just as Lu Chun appeared, a cold voice came from behind him. Such a low-level teleportation skill. Are you insulting us? Divine technique, dark side, ambush. Lu Chun felt a sharp pain in his back as 2 daggers pierced through his shoulder blades. Lu Chun growled and turned around, but that person had already disappeared. I told you, you let 3 of us go, so you'll have to suffer 4 times the pain. Don't worry, we'll treat you well. These puppets wanted to torture him to death. Lu Chun's eyelids twitched. He held the god-slaying spear tightly and panted heavily. I can't die here. Lu Chun's blood-red eyes were wide open as he tried to think of a solution. Still not giving up? It's impossible for you to escape from us. 2 Sengoku puppets were closing in on him. I think you should just accept your fate. Lu Chun looked at it and said coldly, Sorry, I never accept my fate. Moreover, you trash can't kill me. After saying that, Lu Chun jumped high and stabbed out with a spear. Void attack, sky-piercing spear. Arrogant. I want to see what difference it makes if you don't accept your fate. Since you're so good at running, I'll break your legs first. Divine technique, sunset divine bow. Divine technique, celestial slaying demon sword. The 2 puppets were furious and had already attacked. 2 killer moves were shot at Lu Chun, who was in midair. Chapter 1272. You dare to fly in front of my sunset bow. It's more like I'll send you to hell. The demon's subduing sword and sunset bow shot towards Lu Chun at the same time. Lu Chun was in midair, so his agility should have been limited. Triple door. 9 steps in the void. Rapid shadow spear. Lu Chun materialized his spirit energy and stepped on the void, his body expanding rapidly. However, his rapid shadow spear did not stab towards the ground, but towards the sky. Relying on the speed of the 6-spear rapid shadow spear, Lu Chun was actually not caught up by the 2 major techniques. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang. The roof of the equipment refining district was directly pierced through by the Lu Chun's rapid shadow spear. In an instant, a large part of the roof collapsed. It was unknown whether the sunset bow and demon subduing sword had hit that brat. Want to run? In your dreams. More than 20 Immortal King puppets figures flickered, flashing past the rubble, already chasing out. However, when they chased out, they realized that Lu Chun did not run away. At this moment, he was putting away the 2 damaged Earth Guardians. Lu Chun had used the last 2 Earth Guardians to help him block the 2 attacks just now. The 4 Earth Guardians were now all damaged. Lu Chun put away the Earth Guardians with heartache. Then, he stood up straight and looked at the weapon spirit puppets. You trash actually dare to chase me out? You, a mere itinerant immortal, dare to say such arrogant words? A 3-star Immortal King puppet shouted angrily. There are only a total of 4 Earthen Guardians, and you've already used them 3 times. Without the Earthen Guardians to help you block the damage, I want to see how long you can be so stubborn. After saying that, 2 Sengoku puppet spirit puppets attacked. These 2 were the ones who had attacked earlier and did not injure Lu Chun. The 2 raised their sunset bow and demon subduing sword again, just as they were about to attack. Suddenly, the 2 flew out and fell to the ground. Lu Chun sneered. If not for the reversal of the universe, would he be standing here, waiting for them to surround him? These weapon spirit puppets stayed in the equipment refining district all year round, and the equipment refining district was in a completely sealed state. There was also a defensive array outside, so it was not affected by the Jotian star. Lu Chun had just used his strongest 6-spear rapid shadow spear with the purpose of breaking through the roof and breaking the defensive array. These Immortal King puppets were extremely powerful. Even in a normal battle, he had no chance of winning against one of them, let alone against more than 20. If he was in other places, he would not have a chance. However, this was not other places. The underground of the immortal ancestors of the universe transformation. And this was precisely his only chance. After Lu Chun broke through the roof and destroyed the defensive array, even if it was an artifact spirit puppet, it would still be affected by the stars of the 9th heaven. Just now, the 2 artifact spirit puppets had been injured by themselves. Lu Chun smiled slightly. His guess was right. If those artifact spirit puppets had never left the artifact refining area, then it was very likely that they didn't know about the 9 heaven stars and naturally wouldn't know about the reversal of the universe. The reversal of the universe was his chance. On the surface of the celestial ancestors' ruins, in the forest of the mystic spirit race's ancestral territory, 3 teams had just passed through the equipment refining district and were temporarily resting here. The battlefield is right in front. It's time for us to take action. The mission is canceled. A 1-star Sengoku said. We just received news that the person Qianji wanted us to deal with has not appeared for a few days. Either he died somewhere, or he might have left the celestial ancestors' ruins. Outside the equipment refining district of the spirit gathering race's ancestral territory, a muscular man walked up to an old man and said softly, Qianji told us not to take action. Oh, why? The old man asked. Qianji ordered people to look for that kid, but he did not show up for a few days. Instead, the people he brought with him left. This means that the kid might have died somewhere. The old man nodded. That's good too. We don't have to look for that kid in the great immortal battlefield. The man said, I wonder how that kid offended Qianji. It must be something serious for Qianji to ask us to take action. The old man snorted. Although Qianji is an independent immortal, He is highly regarded by Hong Yu the Celestial. Moreover, he is a pure puppet master. There is still room for him to improve his strength. With Hong Yu the Celestial backing him, how many people can touch him? That kid must have been blind to offend Qianji. The man nodded. With Qianji's vengeful personality, he will not let the kid off even if he died in the celestial ancestors' ruins. He will definitely kill all those who are related to that brat to prevent future troubles. Moreover, I heard that Qianji is not sure if that kid is dead or alive. The old man frowned. Isn't that kid from the human race? Is Qianji going to the human race's territory? Outsiders are not allowed to enter the territory of other races. Even if he has Hong Yu's backing and the human race is weak, he still has dozens of celestial sovereigns. The man said, Sengoku, don't forget about the War of the 10,000 Races. War of the 10,000 Races? You mean the final battle? Yes. The other races have been wanting to eliminate the human race for a long time. You know this too. However, no one has taken a lead, so they have not reached a consensus yet. However, Hong Yu has always been in favor of war. With Qianji's help, Hong Yu might suggest something. If the other races agree, then the human race will have to face the final battle. The man said. By then, Qianji will be able to do whatever he wants to those related to solipsistic. I think Qianji will want to turn all the people in that kid's hometown into his puppets. The old man nodded. Blue Star Sengoku, after hearing what you said, I think it's quite possible. If it's successful, a small rogue immortal like Qianji can start the War of the 10,000 Races. That's interesting. That's right. That's why I'm thinking of going to Sengoku's Heaven Spirit's cave abode after this treasure hunt. I want to ask your subordinate, Heaven's Inquisition, to do a divination. If it's successful, we can be prepared. Indeed, one who is unaccountably solicitous must have a motive. Blue Star had said so much to him because he wanted to ask his subordinate, Heaven's Inquisition. Giant Spirit, Celestial Master smiled. Celestial Master Blue Star, I think there's no need to go to my cave abode. Heaven's Inquisition happens to be in another group. He will meet me later. Let's do a divination here and see if the War of the 10,000 Races will start. Really? That's great. More than an hour later, a team of 3 arrived in front of Giant Spirit Immortal King. The leader bowed slightly to Sengoku. Celestial Master, the resources we obtained this time. No hurry. Sengoku interrupted that person. Wentian, I want you to do a divination for me. Is that possible? Wentian lowered his head and replied, Celestial Master, this. Wentian has revealed too much of the heaven realm. The heavenly tribulation is too fierce. I'm only a rogue immortal now. If the divination involves experts above the true immortal realm, Wentian might not be able to do it. Giant Spirit Celestial Master smiled and said calmly, Wentian, don't think that you can fool me with these words. Celestial Master. Wentian looked at Giant Spirit Celestial Master in fear. Giant Spirit Celestial Master didn't seem to be angry. I know this is your way of protecting yourself. Otherwise, why didn't you go when the South Desolation Immortal Venerable wanted to recruit you? 58 years later, when the South Desolation Immortal Venerable died in the battle with the Azure Dragon Immortal Venerable, I knew that it wasn't that you couldn't do a divination. It was that you didn't dare to do it in front of us. This method is smart. Don't worry, I won't break your rules. By the side, Blue Star Sengoku thought to himself. This Giant Spirit Celestial Master was also a smart person. He knew that if Wentian followed him, it meant that he would be stable for a period of time. Thus, he didn't ask too much. Wentian let out a long sigh. Celestial Master is wise. I wonder what Celestial Master wants to know this time. Chapter 1273. Gathering Spirit Tribe, outside the Weapon Forging District. Suddenly, someone set up a ceiling array. Then, a ray of white light broke through the array and shot into the sky. Grand Heavenly Master's divination technique could pierce through defensive arrays. Even Sengoku's defensive array was the same. At this moment, Wentian was using the 10,000 Heavenly Master's divination technique. About 2 hours later, the white light disappeared. Wen-Tian's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Sengoku hurriedly supported Wen-Tian and injected spiritual energy into him. At the same time, he asked anxiously, "What did you see during the War of the 10,000 Races?" "I can't see, but I can deduce that this War of the 10,000 Races is caused by cough, cough, cough." Wen-Tian coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Sengoku hurriedly injected more spiritual energy into Wen-Tian's body. Wen-Tian continued, "It's caused by the mystic spirit tribe. It will happen in 5 years." Giant Spirit Immortal King stared at Lan Xing with wide eyes. Judging from these 2 points, perhaps Lan Xing's deduction was very likely to be true. The War of the 10,000 Races was also known as the War of the Extermination of Races. For the targeted race, it was also known as the Final Battle, because the War of the 10,000 Races was not decided by a single celestial sovereign. Even if a race had the idea, they would need a few years to negotiate with the other races. Therefore, 5 years was not a long time. "Sengoku, if that's the case, we still have to make preparations," Lan Xing said. The celestial master nodded. However, he quickly regained his senses. "Save Wen-Tian first. Mystic Spirit Immortal Realm, Qianji's paradise." Qianji frowned. "Where did that solipsistic kid go? Why is he nowhere to be found?" He Yin said, "I think something bad happened to him. Otherwise, his friends wouldn't have returned." Qianji snorted. "If it was someone else, I would believe that he's dead. But that guy is different. As long as I don't see his corpse, I won't be at ease." Back then, when Lu Chan was kicked into the 6th heaven, it was a death sentence. Yet, Lu Chan was able to turn the tables and chase after Qianji. Of course, Qianji was worried. "No, ask our friends in the human race to continue looking for solipsistic. Also, Hey Yin, I have an idea. I must achieve this in order to relieve my hatred. What are your plans?" Hey Yin asked. Qianji's smile turned cold. Solipsistic's biggest weakness is that he values relationships. He has many friends, and I will not let any of them go. But most importantly, he has a younger sister. Qianji got more and more excited as he spoke. His sister still has 2 children. "I'm going to dig out their internal organs, but not to the extent of killing them. Then, I'll make them into half-human, half-puppet puppets and store them away for my amusement." Hey Yin said indifferently, "You want to descend?" Qianji thought for a while and said, "I heard that his sister hasn't been in Jiuqian for quite some time. Even if I ask the Hong Yu Celestial to allow me to descend, it would be troublesome if I don't find her. If that's the case, why don't we go to Earth directly?" Qianji stood up and said excitedly, "Solipsistic killed more than 200 people last time. I think he must have gotten the Celestial Battle Order. It would be troublesome if we have that. So, after thinking for a while, I think we should go all out." Hey Yin frowned. "You mean, you're not thinking of starting a war between the races?" Qianji laughed coldly. "So what if I am? The human race is a lowly race. They should have disappeared from Jiuqian long ago. There are many people who have the same idea as me. Even if the human race is weak, the amount of resources that a race has is unimaginable. I think if the Hong Yu Celestial is willing to help, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make this happen. If we do something, this will definitely happen." Qianji looked at Lu Chan excitedly and crazily. "I can't believe I have to forcefully go through a tribulation for the human race. Solipsistic, you're the one who made me unable to become a true immortal. I'll make the entire human race pay the price." In the underground crafting area, many Sengoku's spiritual puppets had witnessed the power of the Jiuqian star. They quickly hid under the roof of the crafting area. This time, Lu Chan was in high spirits. "Aren't you Sengoku? Why are you so scared? Come out. Fight me if you can," Lu Chan said as he destroyed the roof of the crafting area. The crafting area was a place that specialized in crafting weapons. The buildings here must have been made with special materials to block the power of the Jiuqian star. However, after Lu Chan destroyed it, the protection was gone. The group of Sengoku's spiritual puppets were speechless after being scolded by Lu Chan. They could only threaten him. Come down if you have the guts. Lu Chen did not care about them. He continued to destroy the roof of the crafting area and shouted, "Come up if you have the guts." Obviously, no one dared to enter each other's territory. However, Lu Chen had an advantage. As long as the roof of a crafting room was destroyed, he could go down and search for resources. In the end, he stopped scolding them and was busy searching for resources in the crafting rooms. The crafting rooms that could produce Sengoku puppets were of a higher level than the ones before. Lu Chen found a large amount of rare materials here. There were more than 10 demigod tools, 2 deity tools, and more than 20 psychic immortal jades. Lu Chen, that celestial metal. While searching the last few rooms, Sky Thief could not help but shout excitedly. Lu Chen hurriedly put away a piece of black meteoric metal in front of him. Just as he put away the treasure, Lu Chen saw a tall puppet looking at him coldly from afar. The insignia on the puppet's chest had 8 stars. 8 stars Sengoku. Moreover, this puppet's stars were different from the others. Its stars were solid. Even Lu Chen could not help but gasp. The king of puppets in the underground crafting area. The nearby roofs were all destroyed by Lu Chen. That puppet stood in the distance and looked at Lu Chen coldly. Looking at that puppet's expressionless face, Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart. This was breaking the ground on top of Tai Sui's head. Lu Chen did not dare to stay for long. Now that the universe had reversed, he could still jump around. However, if the universe had reversed, he would definitely die here. After a rough search, Lu Chen did not find any treasures. He stepped on the broken bricks and quickly climbed up to the roof. He ran away under the eyes of the Sengoku puppets. After escaping with great difficulty, Lu Chen ran far away in one breath. After confirming that the puppets did not chase after him, he stopped to rest. Damn, the underground ruins are too dangerous. This is only the crafting area, and an 8-star Sengoku is already here. The difficulty will be even greater. Lu Chen shook his head. Not only that, without Ling Long, the encyclopedia, Lu Chen did not even know what the next level was. He could escape from the one-line sky and the crafting area because he had used the universe reversal. In the future, he might not have such good luck. After thinking carefully, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The exploration of the immortal ancestors' ruins can take up to 3 months. I still have enough time. However, if I continue to barge in like this, I'm afraid that I will lose my treasures and my life. Lu Chen could not help but think of Yifan. In the one-line sky, he had obtained many treasures in the early stages, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. This was very similar to his current situation. It's rare for me to come here. I don't feel satisfied if I don't take a look. However, if I can control my spiritual power and really use the universe reversal for my own use, then I can try again. Thinking of this, Lu Chen simply set up camp in the suburbs. There are still 2.5 months. Let's see if I can understand the universe reversal. Lu Chen said firmly. Chapter 1274. The Earth Guard was already broken, so Lu Chen could only practice it himself. The various areas of the immortal ancestor ruins were extremely dangerous, but there had never been any danger in the outskirts. Lu Chen practiced outside the refining area. When he was hungry, he would find some wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. When he was thirsty, he would drink from the underground river. He still had a lot of medicine on him that could ease his injuries. When the Qian Kuan reversal happened, Lu Chen immediately got up and used the technique to injure himself again and again to observe the changes in his spiritual power. After a few days of practice, Lu Chen found that the changes in the Jiutian stars' Qian Kuan reversal did not follow any pattern. Sometimes it would change once every 10 minutes, and sometimes it would change once every 10 seconds. The only irregular pattern was that the total time for the Qian Kuan reversal and Qian Kuan reversal was the same. A few days later, when Lu Chen stopped to rest, he thought to himself, when there is no interference, I can control the direction of my spiritual power, but the interference of the Jiutian star is too strong. My control is still unable to compete with it. No, I have to increase the intensity. I can't rest when the Qian-Kuan reversal is in effect. I don't believe that I can't take back control of my spiritual power. Half a month later, Lu Chun changed his cultivation method. Even when the Qian-Kuan reversal was in effect, he continued to practice. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, Lu Chun had lost count of how many times he had eaten the Great Ravager sweep. After practicing for more than 10 hours, Lu Chun finally had time to rest for a while. After taking out a few China root pills and taking them, Lu Chun took a deep breath. I still can't beat the Jiutian star. At this moment, the weeds under his feet suddenly rose and wrapped around Lu Chen's thigh. Damn, Mu Sheng? Lu Chen was shocked and hurriedly jumped away. Many vines emerged from the ground around him and weaved into the shape of Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng smiled and walked towards Lu Chun. You want to beat the Jiutian star in just 2 months? No matter how monstrous you are, it's impossible. That is one of the most precious treasures of the Jiutian. Even if it is out of control now, it is not something that a mere sovereign personage like you can defeat in a short 2 months. Lu Chun frowned. Then, how long do you think it will take to defeat it? I don't want to leave this place so soon. I didn't get anything good. Mu Sheng smiled. How would I know how long you'll need? Tell me, why are you so greedy? You've already obtained so many treasures, yet you still don't think it's enough? You should know that the others are already content with just a few materials. Lu Chen blinked. So you're here to ask me to leave? I'm here for 2 things. The first thing is that someone used the grand Heaven Master art in the immortal ancestral ruins for divination. Although I can't see the results of his divination, when the divination was completed, there was a strange phenomenon. This means that something big will happen in the 7th heaven. Lu Chen frowned. The opening of the immortal ancestral ruins was not a big deal. It could be seen that the big deal in the eyes of the 7th heaven was not a small matter. No matter what it is, you need to be prepared early. Mu Sheng exhorted. Lu Chen nodded. I'll remember that. What's the second thing? The second thing? Between you and me, in the words of your human race, we should be husband and wife, right? Mu Sheng walked in front of Lu Chun and stretched out his hand. He actually wanted to touch Lu Chen's face. Lu Chun was startled and instinctively dodged. Mu Sheng was not angry. He smiled at Lu Chun. What? Husband and wife are so distant. Lu Chun frowned. We are not husband and wife. Mu Sheng sighed deliberately. Sigh. Men are indeed so heartless. You have a child, but you don't recognize us as husband and wife. Lu Chun was speechless. Mu Sheng turned to Lu Chun. When I saw you, I thought of my child. He looks so much like you. Okay, let's get down to business. If you cultivate here, you won't be able to fight against a Jiutian star for 2 years, or even 20 years, let alone 2 months. Mu Sheng put away his smile and said seriously, I can help you, but this is the last time I'll help you. Lu Chen frowned at Mu Sheng. Your actual combat training is enough. All that's left is to meditate and meditate. I will gather all the spiritual power in a cultivation room. You can meditate there for 200 years. Of course, to the outside world, it will only be a day. 200 years. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This was probably the most terrifying time and space at the moment. Yes, 200 years is still too short for you. In the 7th heaven, there are only a handful of people who can control spiritual power at will, including those immortal supremacies. They do not hesitate to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to meditate. However, this is already my limit. If you want to go to a higher level of time and space in the future, you can probably only go to the other branches of the Great Mongol Tree. Lu Chun had cultivated for 48 years before, so he was not too afraid of 200 years of cultivation. No matter what, Lu Chun would not miss such an opportunity. Okay, I'll go. Mu Sheng nodded and glanced at Lu Chun. She raised her hand, and a cultivation room formed by vines appeared beside her. Go in. Lu Chun walked to the door and suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Mu Sheng. You said this is the last time you'll help me. Where are you going after this? My roots spread across tens of thousands of worlds. I can't always stay by your side." When Mu Shang said this, she did not look at Lu Chun. The great Mongol tree was the most ancient existence in the Jiutian, but it was also the most mysterious existence in the Jiutian. Even Ling Long knew very little about it, let alone Lu Chun. He did not know if Mu Shang was telling the truth. In the end, Lu Chun only said 2 words. "Thank you." Just as Lu Chun was about to enter the cultivation room, Mu Shang's gentle voice came from behind. "Lu Chun, protect Yao well." When Lu Chun turned back, he realized that Mu Shang had already left. Lu Chun frowned. Mu Shang's last sentence, was it out of concern for her son, or did she have other intentions? Unfortunately, there was no way to know now. Husband and wife? Lu Chun recalled Mu Shang saying that. Was she his wife? Lu Chun shook his head and walked into the cultivation room. The layout of the cultivation room was extremely similar to the cultivation rooms in the cultivation technique testing area. Lu Chun sat on a praying mat and took a deep breath. 200 years. Damn, I haven't even spent 200 years yet. Following that, Lu Chun directly entered his mind space. There were no universe transformations in the mind space, but Lu Chun had tried it several tens of thousands of times in his previous training. He already understood the principles behind universe transformations and its strength. He could completely simulate the effects of universe transformations. Then, what followed next was endless practice. Time did not actually exist. It was just a quantitative measure of the universe's movement. Especially in the mind space, when Lu Chun was incomparably focused on cultivation, the flow of time became undetectable. The only thing he could use as a reference was tens of millions of times, or even hundreds of millions of times of practice. Here, Lu Chun would not be injured. He would only rest when he was tired. Time after time of training, time after time of simulation. In his mind space, the stars moved, the winds and clouds changed, and time flew by. Chapter 1275. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chun was jolted awake when he saw his white hair. So he was still in the consciousness space. Lu Chun said calmly, as if he was already an old man. "Good Lord, now I don't even need to use the demon god symbiosis, and my hair is already white. I wonder if my hair will also turn white overnight in reality." Speaking of which, how many years have passed? 170 years. Sky Pilfer's voice sounded. "In reality, your hair is also white, but it's not this long. If we include the cultivation in the consciousness space, you're almost 300 years old, but in reality, you're only in your 30s. Lu Chun smiled faintly. He suddenly understood what age is just a number meant. "It's like a lifetime ago," Lu Chun said calmly. "There's still 30 years. Let's train a little more." Underground immortal ancestor ruins on the outskirts of the artifact refining area. In a room made of vines, a large number of vines weakly retreated into the ground. The vines retreated, and a white-haired man sat cross-legged on the grass. He opened his eyes slightly. He didn't know if he should say that 200 years had passed, or that one day had passed. "Sky Pilfer, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Mu Shang." Lu Chun stood up and brushed the dust off his butt. "Why do you say that?" Lu Chun nodded. Back then, during the cultivation technique trial, she could turn 1 hour into 48 years, but this time, she said that her limit was to turn 1 day into 200 years. "I feel that there are 2 possibilities. One is the problem with the upper limit of the consciousness space. Although 1 hour is equal to 48 years, the upper limit is only 48 years, but this time, the upper limit is 200 years. The other possibility is that during the cultivation technique trial, she didn't use her own abilities, but this time, she helped me in private." Lu Chun stood up, looked around, and continued. "The most important thing is the word she said before she left. I keep feeling that she entrusted Yao to me. Didn't you say that she's not your wife? Why do you care so much about her?" Lu Chun sighed. "She's not my wife, but she's Yao mother. I can't just ignore her. When this matter is over, I will find out. It's up to you. In any case, I'll go wherever you go." "Oh, right. Remember to find an artificer to help me repair it," Heaven Pilfer said. "Got it." There should be about 10 days before the immortal ancestor ruins close. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps it was because he had been cultivating for 200 years, but the current Lu Chun was actually somewhat serious in speech and manner. His temperament was much more stable than before. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can resist universe reversal in the real world? Heaven pilfering said. No need, Lu Chun said indifferently and walked straight to the area in front of him. In front of them was a barren land. There wasn't even any vegetation on the surface. When the wind blew, sand and stones would fly. There were many broken swords stuck in the ground. As the dust and sand blew up, some white bones could be vaguely seen buried in the ground. It seems to be an ancient battlefield. Lu Chun walked in it. If only Rhubarb was here. With it, finding treasures wouldn't be difficult. But now, Lu Chun raised his head and looked at a towering mountain range in the distance. On top of it, a palace could be faintly seen. Lu Chun shook his head. There isn't much time left. I don't have time to dig up the remains and look for treasures here. He directly passed through the ancient battlefield. Perhaps because he didn't dig, Lu Chun didn't encounter any demonic mechanisms along the way. Don't tell me you're going directly to the immortal ancestor hall? Heaven pilfering said in astonishment. There's still 10 days. Since we're here, of course we have to go to the last place to take a look. Lu Chun said, looking at the mountain and running until one's legs break. I don't know how far that place is. Let's go directly. Just like when you passed through the one-line sky. If you passed through the one-line sky, you wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures, but you wouldn't encounter any danger. Since Lu Chun's goal was the immortal ancestor hall, as long as he didn't have any plans for treasures, he would be unimpeded. 4 days later, Lu Chun finally approached the foot of the towering mountain. This mountain looked very tall from afar. At this moment, standing at the foot of the mountain, he felt that the mountain was even more majestic. Just the foot of the mountain extended out for thousands of meters. Lu Chun noticed a stone tablet erected at the foot of the mountain in front of him and walked over to take a look. Ethereal mountain, the peak of man, is the human king. The peak of immortal is the immortal supremacy. The peak of mountain is the ethereal realm. See, mountain walk. Lu Chun pondered for a moment. There were still 6 days. There was plenty of time. He could make it in time to walk up the mountain. Then, Lu Chun walked up the mountain. 2 days later, Lu Chun climbed up the ethereal mountain that was 10,000 meters tall. When he reached the top of the mountain, he saw a towering hall in front of him. The ground in front of the hall was paved with black rocks of the same size. They were neat and tidy. There was a plaque in the hall with the words Celestial Supremacy Hall written on it. Lu Chun took out the Celestial Ancestor Ruins token and found that this was the last important point of the human race. I wonder if the hall will be affected by the Jyotian star. Lu Chun frowned slightly. If it was not affected, he would have to be very careful and think of an escape route in advance. In front of the hall, there were 4 tall, human-shaped stone statues. Each of them was 100 meters tall. The 4 stone statues of mythical beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, were even twice as big as the human statues. Lu Chun slightly channeled his spiritual energy. Now was the time for heaven and earth reversal. He took a deep breath and walked toward the 8 statues. Lu Chun was ready to fight, but the statues did not move at all. Lu Chun waited for a while, but the statues did not turn into war souls. Huh? The statues don't move? Lu Chun was a little surprised. To ensure his safety, he waited for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the statues did not change, he walked toward the Celestial Supremacy Hall. Standing in front of the iron door of the hall, Lu Chun was about to push the door open. Who knew that the ancient door of the hall would slowly open by itself? Lu Chun, come in. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice came from inside. Lu Chun frowned and was a little stunned for a moment. There was someone in the Celestial Supremacy Hall, and that person knew his name. When the door of the Celestial Supremacy Hall opened, Lu Chun found a white-robed immortal sitting inside. At this time, his back was facing Lu Chun, so he could not see his face clearly. What? You came here after thousands of miles and hardships, but you don't even dare to enter the door. The voice sounded again. Don't worry, there are no traps here, nor are there any demonic puppets. Lu Chun frowned and finally stepped over the half-meter-high threshold. Who are you? How do you know my name? Lu Chun asked in a deep voice. At the same time, his whole body was on guard, ready to fight at any time. I heard your name from your friend. Since you entered the underground ruins, except for that day when you entered the world of the great Mongol tree, I can see your every move. Lu Chun stared at the man's back. You are the celestial supremacy? Why don't you turn around? You're half right. This place has been abandoned for 10,000 years. Except for the essence of the 5 elements, there is no living thing. The man said, I am a celestial supremacy war soul. I was ordered to guard the celestial supremacy hall for 10,000 years. My master has fallen, but I am still here. Lu Chun thought for a moment. This guy said everything he knew, and he could not hear any hostility toward him. Lu Chun said, What is your purpose? Will you only help me if I want to seize the treasures here? Treasures? Ha ha. The man suddenly laughed. Those treasures before are just trash. In the entire celestial ancestral ruins, there has always been only one treasure. Lu Chun slightly narrowed his eyes. What treasure? Geotian star. Geotian star. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide. Chapter 1276. Lu Chun had been meditating for 200 years in order to deal with the changes in the universe, but he had never thought that he would have to enter the Geotian star. The immortal venerable war soul never turned around and spoke to Lu Chun with its back facing him. A long time ago, after the Geotian star lost control, its internal spiritual energy gradually went out of control. Today, it is in chaos. If the current situation continues, sooner or later, the Geotian star will self-destruct. At that time, the entire 7th heaven will be affected. Lu Chun frowned. The survival of the 7th heaven is not my concern. There are so many immortal venerables, and Sengoku doesn't care. Why should I take this risk? The man chuckled and said, Aren't you looking for a treasure? Why are you making excuses when the treasure is right in front of you? Lu Chun said, Don't tell me that I can subdue the Geotian star. Whether you can subdue it or not, that's your business. I'm just giving you a chance. The man's tone remained calm. If you can resist the attack of the Geotian star, you do have a chance to subdue it. Didn't you cultivate in the primordial world to resist the changes in the universe? With that, the man stood up, but still did not turn around. But you have to know that when it comes to opportunities, if you can grasp it, it will be called an opportunity. If you can't, it may be your grave. So I can give you a chance, but whether you can grasp it or not, that's your business. Lu Chun frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, If the Geotian star is in its normal state, what is its function? The man said, You want to see if it is worth the risk? Lu Chun, you should have heard that the Geotian star is one of the Geotian treasures. You can't imagine how many immortal venerables died in the fight for the Geotian star. There are 3 reasons why the Geotian star is called a treasure. Firstly, it's a rare growth-type magic weapon. After subduing a Geotian star, you need to use your own spiritual energy to nurture it. Every time you level up, it will become stronger. A growth-type artifact? Lu Chun's eyes widened. The limitless godly demon sword was also a growth-type equipment. From the amount of spirit tablets it required, one could see the difference between it and normal equipment. Don't be surprised. Let me finish. The man continued. Secondly, under certain circumstances, the Geotian star can convert your affinity to the 5 elements. Remember, I'm talking about conversion, direct conversion. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment, and then his mind buzzed. It could directly change a person's 5 elements. Just this point of this magical treasure could be considered heaven-defying. With this treasure, Lu Chun could practice the ancient earth secret art. He could also practice the true fire profound ice sword art that required the ice and fire attributes to reach a certain level. Starting from the 4th level of the god-slaying spear, it also required elemental energy. As long as he had the Geotian star, this would not be a problem. The only problem now was that the man said that there was a condition before the Jotian star could convert elemental affinity. What condition? Lu Chun asked anxiously. You can't convert it to an element that repels your spirit core, the man explained. Some people specialize in the fire element, so their spirit core will be of the fire element. If the Jotian star forcibly increases your affinity to the water element, it will be no different from pulling a seedling to help it grow. It will only produce the opposite effect. If it's light, it will damage your spirit core. If it's heavy, it will directly destroy your spirit core. When Lu Chan heard this, he realized that the only thing to take note of had nothing to do with him. He had an ancient chaos spirit core, so it would not repel any element. Naturally, the 5 elements were included. What about the third point? Lu Chan asked. The third point is just a legend. You should have heard that there's a 4th level of spirit energy refinement, but no one has reached that level. The 4th level of spirit energy refinement? Yes. It is said that the 4th level of spirit energy refinement is called the ruler of all things. To comprehend this level, you need 5 supreme treasures, and the Jotian star is one of them. Although it is just a legend, at least the Jotian star is also in the legend, isn't it? Lu Chan took a deep breath. He had to admit that after the introduction of the war spirit, Lu Chan was already tempted. Oh right, there's one more thing. Once you subdue the Jotian star, my duties and the duties of the celestial ancestors' ruins will be over. At that time, this place will be closed forever. Lu Chan frowned. Then, what about the treasures here? When I said it will be closed forever, I meant it for others. For you, you can use the transmission talisman to come in at any time. Lu Chun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only explored half of the human race's ancestral land underground, and the 10,000 races' ancestral land. As for the surface area, he had only explored 1% of it. Even so, he had already obtained so many treasures. If he slowly explored in the future, the treasures here would all be his. The other party was going all in. Lu Chan felt that the benefits were not inferior to the Jotian star. At that time, you don't have to search for treasures. All the treasures will be taken into the immortal palace outside the heavens. Every time you advance to a higher realm, you can get a part of the wealth here. Lu Chun suddenly frowned. Corresponding level? My current level is not the same as yours. It doesn't matter. As long as you defeat the spirit puppet of the corresponding level, you will be considered to have reached the corresponding level. Lu Chun nodded. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and said, Okay, send me there. You are indeed courageous. Good. As he spoke, a transmission door opened behind him. From a transmission door, spiritual power surged out violently. From here, you will enter the interior of the Jotian star. From the moment you step into the interior of the Jotian star, you will be attacked endlessly. You must be prepared. Lu Chun nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the transmission door. On the surface of the immortal ancestors' ruins, all the people who were exploring here were suddenly, forcibly transmitted out of the ruins. Whether it was individual immortals, true immortals, or Sengoku, they stood on huge floating boulders, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Why was I transmitted out? Strange, I was looking for treasures in the war god temple. I just killed the soul of a war god and was about to get the treasure chest. Why did I appear here? I have been to the immortal ancestors' ruins dozens of times, and I have never seen such an incredible thing. At this moment, the huge transmission door of the immortal ancestors' ruins began to distort, turning from a huge rectangular door into a mass of chaos. What's going on? It's space compression. A celestial prime frowned. What happened in the immortal ancestors' ruins? The entrance of the immortal ancestors' ruins could no longer be entered. At this time, the immortals could only look at each other. Something big must have happened inside the immortal ancestors' ruins. Let's wait and see, a celestial prime suggested. Naturally, everyone wanted to see what happened in the immortal ancestors' ruins. They didn't leave, but waited on the floating boulders. Chapter 1277. As soon as Lu Chun entered the Jiutian star, he felt as if he was in a chaotic world. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could all be found here. The spiritual energy bundles formed by the various elements collided, fused, repelled, and exploded. Lu Chun had never seen such a complicated situation before. Not only that, Lu Chun already felt that he was in a state of heaven and earth reversal. However, the attacks here were completely autonomous, and the number was too large, so there was no difference whether it was reversed or normal. As soon as Lu Chun appeared, hundreds of attacks shot toward Lu Chun. Lu Chun hurriedly activated Divine Demon Symbiosis and dodged with 9 void steps. The situation here is too chaotic. To resolve these attacks, it seems that I can only use my spiritual energy to offset these rampaging spiritual energy, and I have to use chaotic spiritual energy. Otherwise, I don't know what elemental changes will happen. Thinking of this, Lu Chun shouted, "Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Sacred lotus, sword heart." In a state of heaven and earth reversal, Lu Chun impressively sent out thousands of sword chi. The sword chi collided with these spiritual energy bundles, causing thousands of spiritual energy explosions in succession. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Chun resisted the aftermath of the spiritual energy and dodged the omnipresent attacks while using the sacred lotus sword heart to collide with these spiritual energy bundles, neutralizing the spiritual energy contained in these spiritual energy bundles. Just as he familiarized himself with the environment here, the attacks suddenly changed direction. However, because the spiritual energy bundles were too chaotic, the number of spiritual energy bundles attacking Lu Chun did not decrease, but increased instead. At the same time, Lu Chun changed the direction of his spiritual energy and used the fierce tiger descends the mountain to offset the attacks with the sacred lotus sword heart. The Jiutian star was like a huge celestial body. Countless attacks seemed to endlessly attack Lu Chun, and they would change direction from time to time. Lu Chun steadied his mind. He knew that in such a high-intensity confrontation, a single mistake could cost him his life. 2,000 attacks, 20,000, 200,000. Fortunately, the intensity of these spiritual energy bundles was not too strong, and Lu Chun did not need to attack with all his strength. 6 hours later, the surrounding attacks showed no signs of weakening, and Lu Chun's energy was severely depleted. "Lu Chun, be careful," Sky Thief shouted in a low voice. Lu Chun hurriedly dodged. Only then was he able to avoid 7 or 8 attacks behind him. After a person had been highly focused for a few hours, it was inevitable that they would be careless. This also showed that Lu Chun was under a lot of pressure. However, the Buddha avatar and the demon avatar were unable to reverse the flow of spiritual power in the state of universe reversal. Thus, Lu Chun could only deal with these attacks himself. "I don't believe that I can't block these attacks." Lu Chun's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, he slashed his arm with his sword. The pain in his arm made him regain his focus. 48 hours. After 48 hours of continuous high-intensity combat, Lu Chun could no longer stand steadily. "Lu Chun, don't force yourself. This Jiutian star has been out of control for thousands of years. These attacks are chaotic and endless." Lu Chun brandished his sacred lotus sword heart and fought for a moment to catch his breath. "No, I have to get the Jiutian star." Lu Chun's eyes were red. He was in a killing frenzy. "Lu, Yi, Xiao, Yan, Yao are all on Earth. If I don't quickly increase my strength, how can I protect Earth? Sengoku is stronger than me. The Celestial Lord is stronger than me. If I just slowly increase my strength, I'm afraid that some people won't give me the chance." Sky Thief fell silent. It was as if Sky Thief suddenly understood his master better at this moment. Lu Chun was greedy, not because he was greedy, but because he wanted to become stronger, quickly become stronger. He still had too many things waiting for him to do, and too many enemies secretly watching him. Ascending in a few hundred years was possible for others, but for him, it was impossible. Perhaps this was the real reason why Lu Chen agreed to enter the Jyotian Star with the Celestial Lord's war soul. He wanted to become stronger at all costs. But, Lu Chen, you've reached your limit. Lu Chen panted and looked at the large number of attacks coming at him again. He gritted his teeth and said, "If this is my limit, then I'll surpass it." Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus, Sword Heart. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Lu Chen's hand holding the god-slaying spear was already trembling. His body was also on the verge of collapsing. There were already countless wounds of various sizes on his body. Even Lu Chen could not completely avoid all the chaotic attacks. Every time he used the sacred Lotus Sword Heart, he would have to take deep breaths and seize the short time to recover his strength. What supported him now was not spiritual power, but willpower. However, the Jyotian Star's attacks were still endless. Lu Chen thought of using the Genesis sword to resist the Jyotian Star. However, the spiritual power produced by the Genesis sword would only make the Jyotian Star's interior more chaotic. He had to use a spear to counteract these spiritual power beams one by one. Lu Chen. Sky Pilfer had seen Lu Chen endure in this hell with his own eyes. He had to stop him again. "No, I haven't tamed the Jyotian Star." Lu Chen panted and said, "I must get this treasure." A spiritual power beam pierced through Lu Chen's shoulder. Then, more than 10 spiritual power beams attacked from behind. The spiritual power in the Jyotian Star changed direction again. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sacred Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon." Lu Chen, who was in the inner demon state, suddenly shouted angrily. He turned around and waved thousands of sword auras. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days. At this time, Lu Chen was covered in injuries. He had used up all the pills he had received from the immortal battle. A green spiritual power beam shot at him. Lu Chen raised his hand and used the star-shattering spear. The two spiritual powers collided and exploded. Normally, this level of spiritual power explosion would not be able to hurt Lu Chen. However, this time, Lu Chen's body was thrown hundreds of meters away, and he lay on the ground powerlessly. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds. He tried to raise his head, but there were no more spiritual power beams around him. Is it over?" Lu Chen said weakly. "It's over," Sky Pilfer said in a choked voice. "Master, you held on." The Jyotian fought hard and received a total of 14,727 wounds. Lu Chen opened his mouth, revealing Lu Chen's red teeth, which were already stained with blood. "It's over. Fortunately, I brought a lot of medicine." At this time, a metallic spiritual power beam shot at Lu Chen at an extremely fast speed. When Lu Chen saw this spiritual power beam, he wanted to stand up, but he was too weak to do so. Damn it, there's still. However, this spiritual power beam suddenly stopped in front of Lu Chen. It turned out that this was not an ordinary spiritual power beam, but a golden bead about the size of a fist. It was faintly glowing with a golden light and was floating in front of Lu Chen. The bead circled in front of Lu Chen a few times before slowly descending and gently landing in Lu Chen's hand. "The Jyotian Star," Lu Chen said excitedly. "I finally got you." Not long after, a voice sounded beside Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, do you know how my master fell?" Lu Chen immediately knew that it was the immortal sovereign battle soul that was unwilling to show his face. "He died here. Congratulations on completing the final challenge of the immortal ancestor ruins. I will fulfill my promise and move all the treasures to the immortal sovereign palace outside the heavens. You can directly teleport in through the Jyotian Star." "Okay, you can leave now. This place has a new master, so I have to tidy it up." Chapter 1278. Outside the immortal ancestral ruins, tens of thousands of people were looking at the huge vortex. They had to pay attention to such a phenomenon in the human territory. Just as everyone was still confused about what was going on, the vortex began to shrink inwards, becoming smaller and smaller. "Not good. The entrance is going to disappear completely." "It can't be." Could it be that the immortal ancestral ruins are going to be closed forever? The same thing happened to the other races' entrances. It seems that the immortal ancestral ruins are going to be closed forever. What a pity. This is one of the few treasured lands in the seventh heaven that can provide stable resources. It's going to be closed just like that, not long after the vortex had condensed into a black dot. Then, a terrifying ring of spiritual energy shook between heaven and earth. From afar, a golden air current flashed past. Not good. It's the aftermath of annihilation. Run. Everyone hurriedly blocked the aftershock. Outside the sacred spirit grotto heaven, Guyen had just come out of the cave when he saw the corpse lying on the ground, covered in blood. Li Shang, everyone come out quickly. Guyen shouted, and everyone hurriedly rushed out. Jiao activated the dark erosion 9 souls and carefully approached the corpse. She flipped the corpse over and saw his appearance clearly. Nameless brother. Even though Lu Chen's hair was white and his body was covered in blood, Jiao still recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Everyone hurriedly rushed over when they heard that. Ling Long checked Lu Chen's breathing. He's not dead yet. Quick, Miss Green. Save him. Everyone hurriedly carried Lu Chen back. He was unconscious for 3 days. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he found Jiao, Yi Fan, Ling Long, and Little Green beside him. Boss, you're awake. Lu Yi was the first to see Lu Chen wake up. Take this pill. Lu Chen didn't even ask and directly swallowed the pill. Lu Chen, you scared us to death. Ling Long's eyes reddened. We thought you died at the hands of those artifact spirit puppets. Lu Chen smiled. They can't kill me. I even stole a lot of resources from them. This? Ling Long's eyes widened. You even snatched the resources. Don't tell me your strength has already reached the immortal venerable level. Lu Chen shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. I just figured out the changes in Qian Kuan and used Qian Kuan reversal to deal with those Sengoku. Jiao looked at Lu Chen worriedly. But you're also seriously injured. Nameless brother, we're all very worried about you. Lu Chen nodded. I'm back now. Master, why did your hair turn white? Is this the symbiotic state of God and devil? Yi Fan noticed Lu Chen's hair. Lu Chen smiled. It's a long story. Lu Yi hurriedly stopped Yi Fan. Aya, what are you guys doing? Boss needs to rest now. You can ask these questions later. No matter what, Lu Chen had finally returned safely. The huge rock in everyone's heart was finally lifted. Lu Chen went to check on Rhubarb's condition. That guy was actually still unconscious. However, when the little beast saw Lu Chen, it excitedly pounced on him. That night, Lu Chen sat alone outside the cave abode, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Not long after, Lu Yi walked out and sat beside Lu Chen. She said softly, Boss, you're too tired this time. You should rest more. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Yi and smiled. Aren't I resting now? Boss, are you worried about the final battle? Lu Yi was indeed worthy of being Lu Chen's follower. Her words touched Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen sighed. Because I didn't die, the timeline of reality was changed. However, the final battle will come sooner or later. This time, I met Sengoku and the immortal sovereign in the immortal ancestors' ruins. Just a 3-star Sengoku was enough to make me powerless. Lu Yi said, Boss, you're already very strong. How long have you been in the 7th layer of heaven? How long have they been in the 7th layer of heaven? With your current strength, you can already defeat a 9-star true immortal. Lu Chen shook his head and said, But the final battle is between the immortal sovereigns. Also, this time, I met Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, Lu Yi's expression was somewhat unnatural. However, she quickly adjusted. How is she? She helped me a lot. It's just that I feel that she has something important that she hasn't told me. Speaking of this, Lu Chen stood up, protecting the coordinates of Earth, descending to the lower realm to see out the final battle, Mu Sheng's matter, and the people who wanted his life in the dark. All these things made him feel a little overwhelmed. Boss, no matter what, we will face it with you. We all believe in you. Lu Yi also stood up, and looked at Lu Chun with determination. Lu Chun looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Little Green's words warmed Lu Chen's heart. It also made him feel that he was never fighting alone. Boss, what do you plan to do next? Improve my strength, Lu Chun said. No matter what, the most effective way to deal with it was to improve his strength. In the afternoon, I asked Ling Long. The seventh layer of heaven also has a cultivation space. However, this kind of treasure land has always been fiercely competitive. There might be a lot of fights with experts. Some level 2 caves have such a function. However, it's only available in the auction house. Lu Yi was tempted. Then you just need to buy such a cave. Lu Chun shook his head. It's not that simple. This is the seventh layer of heaven. The auction house here is different from other places. This is a place where the strong preys on the weak, especially the popular auction items. All interested buyers have to go up to the arena. Lu Chun frowned. Even high price won't work? No. Don't think that this place is called the immortal domain. The more it is like this, the more it shows that there is no law here. Lu Chun said, in a place without law, naturally, whoever has the biggest fist will have the final say. Money is useless. Little Green, I will have to trouble you to help me recuperate for the next few days. This time, I have exhausted too much of my energy. When I recover, I will go to the auction house. Little Green nodded heavily. Boss, I can't help you with other things, but when it comes to recuperation, you can rest assured. I guarantee that you will be full of energy in 3 days. Oh, do you want to change the color of your hair back? Change it back. I'm afraid that if Yao sees me, she will immediately call me Grandpa. Lu Chun said with a smile. 3 days later, Lu Chun had already completely recovered. He, Jiao Yi Fan, and Ling Long headed to Earth Tomb City together. They found a store where the goods were being consigned. Yi Fan and Jiao Er's cave abodes had already been sold, and the price was actually 5,000 spirit tablets. Lu Chen's medicinal pellets had also been sold. Now, Lu Chen's points had already reached 10,000. At the same time, the store gave Lu Chen a pass to the auction house. Boss, where are the bigger auctions? Lu Chen took the pass and asked. Oh, there's one in Earth Tomb City. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. The immortal ancestors' ruins have also produced quite a number of good goods this time. Recently, there have been auctions. If you want to go, you can go at night. The store owner did not dare to have a bad attitude towards Lu Chun. After all, there were 3 true immortals standing behind him. This attitude, he felt that it was the opposite of the others. What do you want to buy? The store owner asked out of turn. Oh, a cave abode of 2nd level and above. Lu Chun said. 2nd level cave abode? That's a hot commodity. Even Sengoku wants to snatch it. When the time comes, there will be no lack of people going up the stage. The store owner said in astonishment. Lu Chun faintly smiled. I know. All right, we should be leaving as well. The price of your consigned goods is pretty good. I'll look for you again next time. After saying that, Lu Chun brought his people and left the store, heading straight for the auction house. Chapter 1279. The 7th Heaven's auction house was more like a gladiator arena. There was a wide arena in the middle, and a defensive array was set up. It was surrounded by immortals, and there were at least 20 to 30,000 seats. The guards at the entrance were a few loose immortals. After checking Lu Chen's auction pass, they gave Lu Chun a square piece of metal and a piece of talisman paper and let him in. This talisman paper was used for bidding. As long as one wrote a bid on it, the organizer would receive the message and could be used repeatedly. Lu Chen's pass was 10,000 points, so he could only sit in the ordinary seats. There were less than 10 minutes before the auction began, and the seats were basically full. There were still people entering in an endless stream. What are the conditions for the VIP seats over there? Yi Fan looked at the VIP seats in the front row. Compared to the crowded seats at the back, the best seats were rather sparsely occupied. This time, Ling Long had come with them. With the encyclopedia, it was much more convenient. Ling Long said, you can enter the VIP area if you have 1 million points. Usually, Only Sengoku can reach such a high point. Apart from the VIP area, do you see the private room over there? It's even more luxurious. You can only enter if you have 10 million points. Lu Chun asked, we only have a total of 40,000 spirit tablets. Can we use other items during the auction? Ling Long said, it's okay. The auction house also has a commission service. The price is slightly lower than outside, but the good thing is that they will pay directly. That piece of metal can be used to check their purchase price. At the same time, it has the ability to teleport. For more common items, you can check the price of the corresponding spirit tablets. If there is no problem with the price, you can directly trade it to them. They will pay in advance. Ling Long continued, some common items are actually not that cheap. The key is to pay directly. You won't lose out if you sell it to them. Lu Chun looked at the small piece of metal in his hand. It seemed that the auction house was the biggest business. Just this business alone could make him a lot of money. Ling Long, how many spirit tablets does a level 2 cave abode usually cost? Jiwar asked. Level 2 cave abodes have more functions, so it depends on the type. Generally speaking, the low-level cave abodes cost around 100,000 to 300,000. The mid-level cave abodes cost a few million, and the high-level cave abodes cost sky-high. So expensive. Yi Fan's eyes widened as he said, it only costs a few hundred to extract the cultivation method. Ling Long explained, cash withdrawal is only a one-time benefit, but the cave abode is a permanent benefit. After becoming an immortal, one's lifespan is extremely long. Think about the benefits of hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the price is expensive. Besides, the extracted items can't be used all the time. After each breakthrough, the cultivation techniques and equipment will need to be extracted again, and the number of spirit tablets required will increase by at least 10 times. Lu Chun, who was looking around, suddenly vomited blood. It has to be reflected again. Lu Chun was very shocked and asked nervously, why? Isn't it because the main body can already use it? No. The difference in strength between the 7 heavens is huge. From an itinerant immortal to a supremacy. You don't count. Ling Long glanced at Lu Chun and decisively excluded Lu Chun. She continued, there are from an itinerant immortal to a supremacy, but the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. From a perfected immortal to a Sengoku, and then to a supremacy, it's a qualitative change. The physical body has undergone a qualitative change, so the cultivation method needs to adapt to the new physical body and also needs to go through a new extraction process. Lu Chun frowned. A Godfiend set cost 1,000 spirit tablets, and its price was much more expensive than other equipment. Even if other Godfiend sets cost more than 10,000 spirit tablets, he could accept it, but the biggest problem was the bottomless Godfiend limitless sword. Lu Chun hadn't extracted the Godfiend limitless sword yet. However, Lu Chun still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, he didn't seem to have experienced the process from a perfected immortal to a Sengoku, and then to a supremacy immortal. If he was always a human king, he might not need to extract it again. The auction was about to begin, and Lu Chun could only withdraw his thoughts. A crisp bell rang, and the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. A perfected immortal walked to the center of the auction venue. He seemed to have used the Great Bell Talisman, and his voice could be heard in every corner of the venue. Welcome, fellow immortals. The Immortal Ancestor Ruins auction has been held for 4 consecutive days, and it's not the first time you've attended the auction. I won't be long-winded and will start directly. Someone brought a wooden box. The host opened it, and there was a dark green bottle about 20 centimeters long inside. The host took out a talisman paper and injected spiritual power into it, and a line of words appeared in midair. Wishful Golden Branch Pot, Intermediate 6th Grade Dharma Treasure, Effect 1, Spirit Gathering and Spirit Storage. It can provide an additional 20% of the owner's cultivation spiritual power, and it can also provide spiritual energy during battle. Effect 2, Spirit Transforming into Dew. Every 24 hours, the spiritual energy in the pot can be refined into spiritual dew. The spiritual dew can nourish medicinal herbs and accelerate their growth. This treasure was excavated by fellow immortal in the herb garden of the immortal ancestor ruins. Although the immortal ancestor ruins encountered a sudden change this time, there were still many good things, the host said. As everyone can see, this is a cultivation and plant-type Dharma treasure. The effect is very significant. Seeing this effect, Luchan also wanted it very much. He didn't care about spirit transforming into dew. After all, he had a medicine boy. However, spirit gathering and spirit storage was too useful. With this Dharma treasure, his cultivation speed could increase by 20% out of thin air. Even Ling Long said, "It's indeed not bad." Ordinary cultivation Dharma treasures can increase the cultivation effect by 10%, but this one can increase it by 20%. It seems that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion wants to get off to a good start by releasing such a heavyweight Dharma treasure as the first item. The price of a cultivation Dharma treasure is not low. Moreover, this one is so outstanding. I estimate that the starting price will be at least 100,000 yuan. As expected, the starting price of the Rui Golden Branch Pot reached 130,000 spirit tablets. Fellow immortals who are interested in bidding, please come to the arena. This price was basically something that perfected immortals couldn't afford. Those who were willing to bid were Sengoku and above. 7 Sengoku walked directly to the arena. That perfected immortal host bowed slightly to the 7 people. "Greetings, Sengoku. I have a duty to fulfill, so I apologize for my lack of etiquette. Please forgive me, Sengoku." A sturdy middle-aged man waved his hand and said somewhat impatiently, "It's fine. Name your price." "Okay." The host said, "Each bid is 10,000 yuan. The timer is 30 seconds. After the host bid, the 7 immortal masters didn't speak for a long time. Luchan frowned slightly. He had never seen an auction like this. Puzzled, he asked Ling Long, "Ling Long, why aren't they bidding?" "They are waiting for others to bid. Otherwise, if they don't dare to accept the challenge, they can only be eliminated." Luchan still didn't quite understand. He could only continue to watch. When the bidding time was about to end, that middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and said, 140,000. The host said, "Okay, Golden Hammer Sengoku bids 140,000. The timer will start again in 30 seconds. This time, they didn't have to wait too long. Not long later, a lady smiled faintly. "Golden Hammer, I'm sorry, but I also want this treasure bottle." Seeing this lady, Golden Hammer Sengoku's expression was somewhat unnatural. You didn't bid just now. Did you have to wait for me to bid before you bid? You clearly know that I lack a cultivation treasure, but you still want to fight with me. You're going against me." US Sengoku sneered. "Golden Hammer, it's not your first time participating in an auction. Why are you still asking him so naively? You lack a cultivation treasure, but don't tell me I don't." "This treasure bottle's effect is better than my purple gold pearl. Of course I want it. 150,000. If you're not convinced, I don't mind winning against you again." Chapter 1280. Luchan couldn't help but ask Ling Long, "What will happen if Golden Hammer wins? What will happen if he loses?" "If he wins, Yu's bid will be nullified. If he loses or doesn't accept the challenge, Golden Hammer will be eliminated. Golden Hammer doesn't dare to compete." Golden Hammer Sengoku only became a 1-star Sengoku 10 years ago. Yu became a 1-star Sengoku a few decades ago. They have fought before, and Golden Hammer is no match for Yu. Ling Long didn't forget to give a prediction. Luchan finally understood the auction rules of the immortal world. Not only did one have to have money, one also had to have strength. Speaking of which, Luchan couldn't help but think that this method was actually quite reasonable. Whoever dared to bid carelessly would not only be beaten up, but his bid would also be nullified. On the stage, Golden Hammer glared fiercely at Yu. However, Yu wasn't afraid at all. She looked at Golden Hammer with a smile. After a moment of stalemate, Golden Hammer said fiercely, "All right, Yu, I will remember this. Don't worry. We have plenty of time in the future. After speaking, Golden Hammer turned around and left the stage angrily. The bidding continued, and a few people bid high prices. But what was interesting was that these Sengoku seemed to know each other very well. No matter how unwilling they were, if they were not strong enough, they could only be eliminated. These Sengoku are very cautious. Yi Fan said, "That's right. They have met in the immortal arena and know each other's strength. Being eliminated now is better than fighting a fierce battle and not getting anything." Ling Long said, unknowingly, the price of the treasure bottle had risen to 190,000. At this time, there were only 2 people left. The one who shouted was a woman in purple. She had a beautiful face and clear eyes. She didn't look like she was a few hundred years old, but more like a girl less than 20 years old. She turned to look at the last person and smiled. "Senior Mulong, don't fight with me." The man in white behind her looked indifferent, but his eyes were looking in a certain direction outside the stage. "I thought he would go on stage. I didn't expect. Dongli, if you want this bottle, take it. I'm not interested." After speaking, the man in white directly left the stage. In the end, Immortal Master East Fence won the wishful Golden Branch pot for 190,000. Although no one made a move in this battle, the whole process was filled with the smell of gunpowder, causing everyone to sweat. After the first item was sold, the second and third items were quickly brought up. The prices of the later items were not as exaggerated. They were only around several thousand to several tens of thousands of true immortals. Thus, many true immortals would be able to compete for them. There were many true immortals, and if there were many people on the stage, it would be impossible for them to know each other like Sengoku. Gradually, there was competition in the auction. Liu Chan found that the following auction items were much worse than the wishful Golden Branch pot. The battle between true immortals was boring, so he was busy selling some common materials. Originally, Yi Fan and company had wanted to share the materials they had obtained with Liu Chun. However, they later considered that if Liu Chun bought a level 2 cave abode, they could all cultivate there. Then, there would be no need to share the materials obtained from the immortal ancestor ruins. They would all be given to Liu Chun. This time, their team had obtained a lot of treasures. Liu Chun was very busy. "Damn, Frosty Cloud Iron, 400 spirit tablets. I have 89 spirit tablets. Golden Sparrow Dust, 300 spirit tablets, 143 spirit tablets. So many. Green Dragon Pearl, 1,000 spirit tablets. I have 19 spirit tablets." Liu Chan kept transferring materials into the metal block. Spirit tablets came out in stacks. After a few minutes, Liu Chan transferred a batch of materials. Suddenly, the metal block stopped producing spirit tablets. Liu Chan hurriedly picked up the metal block and checked it. He knocked on it. It stuck? Damn, it swallowed my treasures. Fortunately, before long, the metal block produced a large number of spirit tablets. Liu Chun heaved a sigh of relief. "Sigh, it's better to deal in person. This thing feels like online shopping." Gradually, the speed at which the metal block produced spirit tablets slowed down. Every time, Liu Chun had to knock on it and wait for a while before the spirit tablets came out. "What the hell is this?" Liu Chun cursed. Fortunately, whether it was a few seconds or a few minutes, this thing did not really swallow Liu Chun's materials. Liu Chun continued the transaction. At the same time, somewhere in Sky Treasure Pavilion, 5 perfected immortals and more than 20 itinerant immortals were surrounding a piece of metal. The scene was very busy. These 20 people were like an assembly line. Here it comes again. Golden Toad Gallbladder, 243 spirit tablets. How many? 243. Are they crazy? Who's this guy? How can these rare materials be sold in bulk? That person took the Golden Toad Gallbladder and quickly checked it with his companions. There's no problem with the materials. Storage. Someone was in charge of the storage. At the same time, another person was calculating the price. 243 multiplied by 200. 48600 spirit tablets. See, there's not enough spirit tablets. Quick, get the accountant to transfer it. Not enough again? More than 1 million spirit tablets have been transferred. This guy sold more spirit tablets at the auction house several times. Stop arguing, we're too busy. Hurry up, one of the perfected immortals said anxiously. Not good. Here it comes again. Quick, get ready. The person in charge of receiving the goods saw a large pile of goods being transferred out. His face turned pale. This won't do. Quick, get someone to help. We're too busy. Is this guy selling things or not? Why do I feel like he wants to destroy our heavenly treasures pavilion? Yifan kept staring at Lu Chun. The metal block in his master's hand was like a money printing machine. Spirit tablets kept coming out, one after another. Not long after, Lu Chun finally stopped. He looked up and saw Yifan's infatuated gaze. What? Master, there are so many spirit tablets. Yifan's eyes were sparkling. Jiu also came over. Nameless brother, how much did you sell? I sold all the materials, Lu Chun said. It's only 2 million spirit tablets. 2 million. Ling Long's eyes widened. Do you know how big of sum that is? A high-class Sengoku probably doesn't have much more than that. Lu Chun, we can't sell those materials for that much, right? Lu Chun nodded. I snatched some high-class materials from Sengoku's spiritual puppet and sold most of them. Lu Chun sold all the herbs and synthetic materials. He only had the psychic immortal jade left. That was the material to awaken Xiaomei. That was definitely not to be sold. As for the other materials and herbs, Lu Chun had thought about it. When he entered the immortal ancestral ruins again, he would be able to get them as long as he could pass through the immortal palace. Buying a cave abode was more important now, so he sold it for money first. 2 million spirit tablets should be enough to buy a decent second-grade cave abode. Speaking of which, Lu Chen's consignment points had already reached more than 3 million. The next time he went to the auction, he would be qualified to sit in the VIP area. By the time Lu Chun sold the materials, more than half of the auction was already over. After looking at a few more auction items, the host went on stage again. This time, no one sent up any more auction items. The host had 2 more pieces of paper in his hands. Fellow immortals, after seeing the items in my hands, you should know what the next auction item is. The host smiled slightly. That's right. This is the main item of this auction. A medium-grade, second-grade, immortal abode. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene quieted down. A medium-grade, second-grade, immortal abode. That was a paradise that even Sengoku wanted. Chapter 1281. Second-level abodes were already very rare, let alone middle-level abodes. Even the host felt a few times more confident now that he had this cave abode. The abode's description came out quickly. Immortal Spirit Wonderland, second-level, middle-level abode. Concentration of spiritual energy, B. There are 20 low-level, 8 middle-level, 2 high-level, and 1 special cultivation tower. At the same time, the abode is equipped with 3 crafting rooms, 2 alchemy rooms, a small indoor herb garden, and a unique training room for battle pets and puppets. This is a rare configuration for abodes. Also, the special cultivation tower in the Immortal Spirit Wonderland is divided into 3 levels. The first level is a space-time training room. The time expansion ratio is 1:5. The effects of the training rooms on the second and third levels cannot be tested. You must complete the cultivation tower's test before you can open it. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Just from a description of the training room, he could tell that it was many times better than the Holy Spirit Wonderland and the 9-Star Wonderland. Even if Lu Chen didn't know much about the market, there was no doubt that this abode was the best among second-level, middle-level abodes. This is what I want. Lu Chen was already talking to himself excitedly. The host announced the starting price on the spot. Fellow immortals, you all know your stuff. Apart from the fact that the concentration of spiritual energy in this abode is a bit lower than that of an advanced second-level abode, the other facilities are definitely not inferior to that of an advanced second-level abode. Therefore, the starting price of this abode is also higher than other middle-level, second-level abodes. Its starting price is 3,200,000 spirit stones. When the starting price was announced, there was a commotion. What? A middle level, second level starting price is 3,200,000. I've never seen a middle level, second level abode with such a high starting price. But I have to say, this abode's configuration is indeed very luxurious, especially the special cultivation tower. The first level already has 5 times the normal training room. I think the second and third levels could reach 10 times the normal training room. Only an advanced abode can have 10 times the normal training room. The price is indeed ridiculously high, but this abode is also worthy of this price. The starting price and the final price were two different things. Without a doubt, the starting price of 3,200,000 spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price for a middle-level, second-level abode. And the one who was the most shocked was Lu Chun. The moment he saw the information about this immortal cave, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't wait to buy it. But now the starting price was 2 million. According to the previous rules, the first bid had to exceed the starting price. Conservatively speaking, it should be 100,000 per bid. That meant he was still short of 20,000. At this time, the people who wanted to buy the immortal spirit grotto heaven were already on the stage. Lu Chun anxiously rummaged through his backpack, but there was nothing left to sell. At this moment, someone handed over a stack of spirit tablets. Lu Chun looked up in surprise and realized that it was Ling Long. Lu Chun, here are 30,000 spirit tablets. I've spent quite a bit of money over the years, so this is all I have left. Lu Chun looked at Ling Long, touched. This was her own money, and now she had given it all to Lu Chun. Go quickly, or it'll be too late. Ling Long said, be careful. The people up there are all Sengoku-level powerhouses. Thanks. Lu Chun nodded at Ling Long, then turned around and rushed towards the ring. Those who came to the stage seemed to be old acquaintances. There were more than 20 people on the stage, and all of them were Sengoku-level powerhouses. Of course, only Sengoku could afford this kind of auction item. Golden Hammer saw Yu Yu, and his eyes turned red when he saw his enemy. He said eccentrically, Yu Yu, can you take out 3 million spirit tablets? Yu Yu snorted, if you can take it out, why can't I? Golden Hammer sneered, is that so? All right, I want to see if you can snatch the immortal spirit grotto heaven. Why, you want a bit higher. Did the weak have no chance to snatch the auction item? Actually, it wasn't necessarily so. The auction had been going on for so many years, and everyone was well aware that there was a way to beat the strong. If the price was raised to a level that the other party couldn't accept, then even if the other party could beat you, they wouldn't necessarily bid a higher price to snatch it. You don't have to worry about that. Golden Bear seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The host looked at the people on the stage and said apologetically, ladies and gentlemen, Sengoku, let's begin. The starting price is 2 million spirit tablets, and the minimum bid increment is 100,000. Now let's begin. 3 million. Someone shouted from afar. Then a black shadow quickly rushed over and stood on the ring in an instant, gasping for breath. Damn, I finally made it. Lu Chun only had 3 million, which meant that he had to be the first to bid. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to afford the cave. Everyone looked at the extra person in the middle of the field in surprise. The path to immortality hasn't opened? Scattered immortal? No way, am I seeing things? Golden Hammer looked at Lu Chun from head to toe. Even if he couldn't see the badge, he was very sure that this person wasn't even a true immortal. Hey kid, do you know that this is an auction? This stage isn't for you to casually enter. If you can't take out that much money, it's equivalent to playing with us. Even if the Immortal Supreme comes, he won't be able to protect you. Lu Chun snorted. Who said I can't take out the money? You're stupid. Don't think that others are as stupid as you. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Golden Hammer was furious. At this moment, the host hurriedly pulled Golden Hammer back. Golden Hammer Sengoku, calm down. If he really can't take out the money, our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion naturally won't let him off. If Sengoku wants to teach him a lesson, there are plenty of opportunities in the Immortal Arena. Don't break the order of the auction. Although Golden Hammer didn't like the host, It was impossible for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to be so big without someone backing them. Golden Hammer didn't act out of consideration for the monk's face. The host walked in front of Lu Chun and looked at Lu Chun. He said coldly, "I think you're here to join in the fun. Anyway, someone will bid higher than you later." Lu Chun frowned as he looked at the host. This guy was obviously looking down on him. Lu Chun said coldly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Since you're the host, then host properly. Don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in." This true immortal was angered by Lu Chun until his face turned ashen. He was just persuading Golden Hammer earlier, but now he wished he could go up and teach this kid a lesson. However, he was after all the host. If he were to make a move, wouldn't the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be criticized by others? Good, you have guts. A mere loose immortal dares to talk to me like that. The host held back his anger. "Sure, everyone. Even if Sengoku doesn't kill you, I will kill you in the immortal arena." Lu Chun curled his lips. "I advise you to give up on this idea." "All right, the bidding lasts for 30 seconds. If you don't continue, I'll take it as mine." Hiss. The host was so angry that his teeth itched. In his heart, he had already killed Lu Chun hundreds of times. "Good, you can do it." The host turned around to look at the surrounding Sengoku and said, "Everyone Sengoku, I believe that very soon, Lord Sengoku will punish this person." 3 million. 30 seconds. For million. Golden Hammer couldn't wait to raise the price and directly raised it by 700,000. Lu Chun was shocked and couldn't help but look at Golden Hammer. "My goodness, luckily I arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford it." Chapter 1282. Brat, a mere itinerant immortal dares to behave atrociously in front of me. I don't have time to play with you today, but I'll make sure you die a horrible death in the immortal arena tomorrow. Get lost. Golden Hammer shouted angrily. He was sure that Lu Chun wouldn't dare to accept his challenge. In fact, other than Ling Long and the others, everyone thought that this itinerant immortal was here to cause trouble. Brat, get lost. Don't disturb Lord Sengoku's fight for the cave abode. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Hey, Brat, stay away if you want to die. Golden Hammer Sengoku has already spoken. He definitely won't live past 2 days. The surrounding discussion made Ling Long and the others even more nervous. Brother Nameless. Jo looked nervously at the stage, at the guy who was being ridiculed by everyone. Her heart was about to twist into a ball. Yi Fan frowned. There are a total of 23 competitors on the stage, and all of them are Sengoku-level powerhouses. Master said that he couldn't beat a 3-star Sengoku. This time, he's in danger. Ling Long realized that she was also very nervous. Ever since she gave up on the Ice Heart technique, her Tao heart had deteriorated. She was actually nervous about that brat. There's a powerhouse stronger than 3-star Sengoku here, Ling Long said. This sentence made Jo and Yi Fan even more nervous. There was someone stronger than 3-star Sengoku. How should Lu Chun deal with this? The boos below the stage grew louder and louder. The host looked at Lu Chun with a sneer. "Do you think it's over?" Golden Hammer Sengoku said that he wants you dead tomorrow. "To be honest, if I didn't have to host the auction, I'd kill you right now." "Shut up," Lu Chun suddenly shouted, startling the host. He looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. You dare to be so fierce to me." When Lu Chun decided to be ruthless, not to mention this irrelevant host, but even Lu Yi and Luo Yao. Of course, he wasn't actually being mean to them. It was just that under certain circumstances, he couldn't calm down unless he was fierce. Lu Chun looked at the host impatiently. "If you want to die so badly, come challenge me at any time. But I'll have to trouble you to be more professional in the ring now." Lu Chun coldly said, "Golden Hammer, right? If you want to kill me, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. I'll definitely reject your offer." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Refusing to raise the price meant that the itinerant immortal below wanted to fight with Sengoku. Itinerant immortals are taking the initiative to confront Sengoku? I've been in the 7th heaven for 100 years. but I've never seen such a ridiculous thing. Looks like this guy really wants to die. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Maybe they don't want to live anymore. I think the battle between the two of them will end in 10 seconds. Golden Hammer was currently pondering how to deal with Yu and the others. In the end, he was interrupted by Lu Chen's words and was speechless for a long time. The other few Sengoku looked at Lu Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Yu slightly narrowed her eyes and sneered. This kid is really interesting. He just had to die in the auction house. Itinerant immortals going against Sengoku is in itself offending their superiors. Golden Hammer definitely won't let him live. Dongli looked at Lu Chen with interest. However, this kid can be considered to have died with some dignity. He actually died in the hands of Sengoku. Mu Long crossed his arms and coldly snorted. He lightly spat out 2 words. Boring. Only then did the host react. He suddenly laughed out loud. That's what you said. All the immortal friends have heard it. You rejected Golden Hammer Sengoku's offer. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at the host. Your IQ is really touching. Of course I'm clear. Hurry up and start. Is there really no one else in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? They chose you to host the auction. You. The host was ridiculed by Lu Chen again and again. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, he quickly thought of Lu Chen's next result and immediately felt relieved. All right, Golden Hammer Sengoku. This person made fun of you, Sengoku. His crime is unforgivable. Golden Hammer coldly snorted. You don't have to fan the flames here. I said this traitor must die. Let's start the arena. When doing this, the host was very agile and quickly activated the defensive array. The other Sengoku didn't need to leave. This was the privilege of Sengoku. With their strength, they naturally weren't afraid of the aftermath of the battle between the two. Finally, they entered the arena stage. Both sides were already fully alert. The arena stage begins. One side admits defeat. Golden Hammer slightly raised his chin and looked down at Lu Chen. Unfortunately, under my hands, you have no chance to admit defeat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It's just an auction. Is there a need to fight to the death? You can only blame yourself for forgetting your identity. Since you dared to contradict me before, you should know that this is what you asked for. Golden Hammer's eyes revealed a murderous aura. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that Golden Hammer didn't intend to let him go. After 200 years of bitter cultivation, a 1-star Sengoku, compared to the current him, how big was the gap between their strength? Lu Chen also wanted to know. Are you ready to die? Golden Hammer's smile gradually became cruel. If you don't open your state, I think you have completely given up. Lu Chen coldly snorted. Open my state? Sorry, if I want to beat you. I don't need it. With that, Lu Chen walked step by step towards Golden Hammer. What is that guy doing? How dare he get so close to Sengoku? Can't you see? He's here to die. Until he stood half a meter away from Golden Hammer, Lu Chen stopped. He was half a head taller than Golden Hammer. He lowered his eyes and looked at Golden Hammer. I'll give you a chance, go all out. What kind of joke is this? Before Golden Hammer's voice fell, a black spear appeared in Lu Chen's hand. At an incredible speed, it passed by Golden Hammer's ear. In an instant, the latter half of Golden Hammer's sentence was suddenly swallowed back. He actually didn't have any reaction to the attack of this loose immortal. If the spear didn't pass by his ear and pierce through his head, he would probably be a dead man now. You, what realm are you? Golden Hammer looked at Lu Chen in horror. Lu Chen indifferently said, Human King. Golden Hammer's eyes almost popped out. Human King realm? He would rather believe that he had misheard. This guy is Sengoku. Didn't you always want to kill me? I said I'll give you a chance. The next spear won't just pass by your ear. Lu Chen's voice was incomparably cold. Golden Hammer slightly narrowed his eyes. Kid, even if you were Sengoku, I am not afraid of you. Do you really think I'm Sengoku at the bottom? This trump card was originally left for other Sengoku. Now I've changed my mind. Golden Hammer directly jumped away from Lu Chen and sneered at Yu. Yu, consider yourself lucky. The person who should have died today is you. but since someone jumped out to ruin it, I can only open your eyes in advance. Immortal rank protection, immovable golden steel. With a loud bang, a violent spirit power instantly exploded on the stage. The spirit shield in front of you shook off the aftermath of the spirit power. She frowned. This guy has an immortal rank protection? Sure enough, he still has a trick up his sleeve. It seems that he really intends to trick me. Dong Li's hand pinched a sword in front of her chest. The spirit power was directly cut by her fingers and brushed past her body. This golden hammer has a bit of ability. However, the man in white next to her, at this time, his eyes fell on Lu Chun. That spear just now, did Golden Hammer deliberately not dodge? Or he didn't dodge at all? Chapter 1283. Golden Hammer, don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Solipsistic, Lu Chun said indifferently. As they spoke, both of them were ready to attack. Sengoku and Human King. Yi Fan stared at the battlefield. The limit of mortals. Is it possible to defy immortals? As they spoke, both of them moved at the same time. Immortal art. Emptiness of 4 elements. Human emptiness. When Sengoku attacked, it was indeed different. Behind the golden hammer, a huge illusory image of an emperor appeared. It raised its palm and blasted out. The spiritual power in the ring surged and pressed down with an overwhelming force. Golden Hammer's main profession was monk seal, so his attacks were seal attacks. Emptiness of 4 elements, human emptiness, earth emptiness, sky emptiness, and Tao emptiness. However, Golden Hammer only used the first stage, human emptiness. It was clear that he underestimated Lu Chun. Lu Chun snorted and advanced instead of retreating, void shattering. The two spiritual powers collided instantly, and the spiritual power on the stage surged. Rings of air crazily hit the defensive shield. A moment later, both of them retreated at the same time. Although both of them were not injured, Golden Hammer still had a shocked expression on Lu Chun's face. Void shattering was a low-level technique, yet it was able to tie with an immortal art. How is this possible? What's more, Solipsistic did not use any weapons and did not even add any status. It's skill. Mu Long on the side frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Dong Li looked at Mu Long in surprise. Skill? What do you mean? Mu Long said, although that guy's void-shattering attack was unexpected, it was still too far away from emptiness of 4 elements. The reason why he could tie with void-shattering was because he used skill. The essence of any technique is the movement of spiritual power. That guy used void-shattering to offset or reverse human emptiness's attack in a very short time. This guy, how could he figure out human emptiness's spiritual power movement the moment the opponent made a move? Even if his spiritual power reached the second stage, he couldn't do it. Dong Li turned her head to look at the black-haired man in the middle of the field. She narrowed her eyes slightly. I remember that he said he was a human king. Even if he was bragging, he was at most a loose immortal. How could he be so strong? Brat, how dare you look down on me? Golden Hammer said angrily. Lu Chun looked at the golden hammer indifferently. Aren't you also looking down on me? Unfortunately, there are still many people queuing up behind you. I don't have time to play with you. Lu Chun shook his head. Next, I'll finish you with one move. All the Sengoku present widened their eyes when they heard this. He defeated Golden Hammer in one move? He's just an itinerant immortal, yet he dares to boast like that. What a big tone. This guy's name is Solipsistic. He's really arrogant. An itinerant immortal defeated Sengoku in one move? I thought I heard wrong. Golden Hammer felt more and more pressure. Suddenly, a golden war hammer appeared in his hand. After seeing the war hammer, there was a commotion in the audience. Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. It's the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. The Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer can enter the top 300 in the human immortal domain's divine weapon chart. Wasn't Golden Hammer Sengoku's previous weapon the Martial King Hammer? He actually got an even more powerful tyrant demon subduing hammer. Golden Hammer Sengoku really came prepared this time. Not only does he have the immortal rank body protection technique, he also has the tyrant demon subduing hammer. I think he deliberately showed weakness before. With his current strength, US Sengoku is probably no longer his opponent. With the tyrant demon subduing hammer on sale, Golden Hammer was full of confidence. Brat, since I said that you will die today, you definitely won't survive. Liu Chan smiled slightly. You've taken out your weapon? You've finally taken out some real ability. With that, he stretched out his right arm. In an instant, a black spear appeared in his hand. True immortals don't recognize this spear, but some people do. That spear is the Void God-slaying spear. Sengoku's eyes widened as he looked at Liu Chen's weapon in disbelief. Sengoku was indeed Sengoku. He could actually recognize the God-slaying spear. Impossible. The God-slaying spear venerable has been dead for thousands of years. His Void God-slaying spear should have been damaged long ago. US said in shock. It shouldn't be. It seems to be a little different from the Void God-slaying spear. The current God-slaying spear was indeed very different from before. It was really the shape after fusing with the silver bile. Moreover, the God-slaying spear had not been completely repaired yet. Liu Chun ignored the discussion of the Sengoku around him and looked at Golden Hammer coldly. He touched the spear with his left hand. The God-slaying spear suddenly showed a bright red luster. It was as if the lava world in the spear had been activated. One move. Liu Chun sneered. Golden Hammer's eyes widened in anger. Arrogant to the extreme. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Immortal art. Emptiness of four elements. Dao Kong. Golden Hammer roared. A terrifying and ferocious beast behind him roared and pounced on Liu Chun together with Golden Hammer. This move directly changed the seal attack into a close combat attack. Moreover, the palm technique was used with the Overlord Divine Hammer. Its power was increased by several times. The defensive array shook violently. It was already shaken by the aftermath of the spiritual power released by Golden Hammer. Yo-Yue's eyes widened. Was this Golden Hammer's true strength? This was no longer the Golden Hammer from 8 years ago. Golden Hammer was indeed deliberately showing weakness to her before. In the face of the monstrous beast and the boundless spiritual power, Liu Chun was as still as a mountain. Everyone at the scene stood up involuntarily. They were extremely nervous as they watched the battle in the arena. Just as Golden Hammer's Dao Kong was about to attack, Liu Chun turned the spear in his hand and shouted, "Inverse Soul, Roaming Dragon." It's the Inverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. But Dao Kong is at the 4th level of emptiness of 4 elements. Can Master block it? Yi Fan's eyes widened. 200 years ago, Liu Chun definitely wouldn't be able to do it. However, after cultivating in the underground immortal ancestors' ruins for 200 years, Liu Chun's perception, observation, and control of spiritual power were no longer the same as before. To say that the cultivation in the immortal ancestors' ruins had the greatest improvement for Liu Chun, apart from spiritual power, it was this move, Inverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. There was a loud bang, but the collision of spiritual power was much weaker than expected. Inverse Soul, Roaming Dragon was to change the direction of the opponent's attack. Naturally, the collision strength was not too strong. Golden Hammer felt that in an instant, the direction of his spiritual power seemed to be out of control, and there was a serious deviation. But before he could react, a spear shadow had already shot towards him. Without waiting for Liu Chun to approach, Golden Hammer's whole body burst into golden light. His whole body was surrounded by a strong light. It's immovable Vajra. Its defense is so strong, Yue exclaimed. In midair, Liu Chun turned into a flame and attacked the golden shield crazily. In less than half a second, there was a loud bang, and the golden shield instantly exploded. In the ring, spiritual power exploded, and the turbulent spiritual power rolled out like a landslide. The group of Sengoku hurriedly raised their shields to resist the aftermath of the spiritual power. But they didn't have time to pay attention to the aftermath of the spiritual power. They just tried to look at the center of the ring. The strong light dissipated, and people finally saw the situation of the battle between the two. The two stood with their backs facing each other. There was a big hole in Golden Hammer's chest. It was a shocking sight. Behind him, the black-haired man didn't look back. He just calmly rotated his spear, then put it away and said coldly, "I'll spare your life this time. However, you better remember this well. I, Lone Tyrant, will be taking this immortal spirit cave." Chapter 1284. If he said it was one move, then it was one move. Golden Hammer's retainer hurriedly went on stage and dragged Golden Hammer away. The audience was silent as they watched the retainers busy themselves. One of Golden Hammer's retainers secretly glanced at Lu Chun. "Are you really the solipsistic?" The lone tyrant who single-handedly defeated over 200 opponents in the immortal arena? Sengoku didn't recognize Lu Chun, but some true immortals recognized Lu Chun. Lu Chun glanced at that true immortal. "I've almost forgotten about that matter." Lu Chun didn't lie. He had cultivated in the primordial space for 200 years. Naturally, he didn't care about something like that, so it wasn't worth remembering. That true immortal's eyes were gloomy, but he didn't ask anything in the end. He allowed the other loose immortals to take Golden Hammer and leave the stage. In the first match, Lu Chun defeated a one-star Sengoku in one move. Seeing Golden Hammer leave the stage, Lu Chun turned around and looked around the stage. His eyes fell on the host with an exaggerated expression. At this time, the host's mouth was wide open. "Hey, can you be a bit more professional? Let's go through the process." Lu Chun helplessly shook his head. This host's ability was really worrying. Only then did the host react and jog back to the stage. He didn't dare to look at Lu Chun. Before, he had also said that he wanted to kill Lu Chun. You won, I know. Hurry up and go to the next segment. Can you host or not? If you can't, I'll do it myself. If Lu Chun spoke like this before, he would probably be long-winded again. But now, he didn't dare to say anything. Even Sengoku had been defeated. What could an 8-star true immortal like him do? No, I can do it, the host said hurriedly. He licked his dry lips and looked at the other Sengoku in a panic. Ahem, that Golden Hammer Sengoku has lost, so the bid is invalid. If any Sengoku still wants a bid, please make your bids as soon as possible. Time limit, 30 seconds. Lu Chun stands there, looking at the remaining 20-odd loose immortals. Before long, Yu suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brat, are you really a human king?" Lu Chun looked at the woman. "I don't want to answer questions that have nothing to do with the auction." Yu glared fiercely at Lu Chun. "You want to raise the price?" Lu Chun looked at Yu. Yu's anger dissipated by half when she heard Lu Chun's sudden question. She snorted coldly. "Isn't it just a lousy cave dwelling? I don't care." After saying that, Yu turned around angrily and left the stage. Lu Chun was not surprised at all. Yu was only slightly stronger than Golden Hammer, and that was before Golden Hammer revealed his trump card. He defeated Golden Hammer in one move, which was enough to establish his dominance. Someone like Yu, who was about the same strength as Golden Hammer, would naturally give up. As expected, after Yu left the stage, the other Sengoku immediately found a way out. A few of them left the stage one after another. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar below the stage. A loose immortal deterring a group of immortal masters. This is unheard of. Is he a solipsistic? I remember that 3 months ago, when they were fighting for the Earth's coordinates, he was only fighting against loose immortals and true immortals. It's only been 3 months, and he defeated Sengoku in a second. What kind of great opportunity did he get? There were 4 Sengoku left on the stage. Lu Chun looked at the 4 Sengoku and said, "Who's next? Brat, you want to buy this cave dwelling at the reserve price?" "I won't agree." An old man stood up. At this moment, the man in white suddenly shouted, 3 for million. The old man frowned and turned around. Someone actually shouted first. In the end, He turned around and saw that it was someone he could not afford to offend. He could only swallow his anger. Mulong, your grand white grotto heaven is not worse than this immortal spirit grotto heaven. Why are you interested in buying a cave dwelling? Mulong's expression was normal as he said indifferently, I'm not interested in the cave dwelling. I'm interested in this brat. If I buy the cave dwelling for 340 million, I can sell it again. I won't lose money. Although the Sky Treasure Pavilion charged a commission for the auction, the price of the immortal spirit grotto heaven was definitely more than 4 million. Unless he met another powerful Sengoku and directly bought the cave dwelling, it would be easy to sell it for more than 4 million. Mulong's thoughts were clear and not easily swayed by others. The old man could only shake his head and leave the stage with another person. Dongli looked at Mulong with interest. Mulong, are you looking for that guy? Why are you here to join in the fun? The corner of Mulong's mouth raised slightly. No rush. That guy probably didn't come to the auction. I'll find him sooner or later. I'll play with this solipsistic first. Dongli curled her lips. You're peak 5-star Sengoku. Don't you find it boring to fight with a loose immortal? Didn't he say that he's a human king? I'm looking forward to the battle between Sengoku and a human king. You really believe that he's a human king? All right, then I'll watch the battle of immortals between you two lunatics. Dongli smiled. Since Mulong was participating in the auction, there was nothing for her to do here. She left the stage and sat in the VIP seats, leisurely watching the stage. The host looked at Mulong and then looked at Lu Chun. These two people were really going to fight. Mulong, Sengoku is bidding. May I ask? The host wanted to ask Lu Chun if he was going to give up. Shut up. Lu Chun's eyes were fixed on Mulong as he shouted at the host. Without a doubt, the solipsistic would not give up on the immortal spirit grotto heaven. The host sucked in a breath. This time, he did not dare to complain and quickly left the stage. Solipsistic, I'm Mulong, a peak 5-star Sengoku. Mulong stood in front of Lu Chun and said calmly. With a wave of his hand, the fog on the badge on his chest dissipated. The words 5-star Sengoku were clearly visible. Do you guys think that Master will also dissipate the fog on his badge? Yifan suddenly looked nervous. Jiao nodded. Nameless brother has always been one who respects you 10 times over. You should know. Really? Then perhaps the final mystery is about to be solved. Yifan said, Master only revealed the words King of Savage's Realm. However, I noticed that he did not completely dissipate the fog on his badge. At this point, Ling Long and Jiao looked at Yifan in surprise. Yifan continued, in other words, Master might not be a 9-star king. Jiao and Ling Long's eyes widened. Not a 9-star king? Then what was it? Mulong had introduced himself. Lu Chun did not dislike this Mulong. Lu Chun looked at his badge and then controlled the fog to dissipate bit by bit. Realm, king, human. When these 3 words appeared, Mulong lost his indifference. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? It's really human king realm. Then, the 4th word appeared. Wild, king of Savage's realm. Mulong felt that his brain could not process this. This wild word, where did it come from? After thinking for a while, he remembered that if an immortal cultivator did not have a master or sect, they could only be considered wild cultivators. This guy actually went wild all the way to the human king realm. In the distance, Yifan and the others had already stood up. They stared at Lu Chen's badge, waiting for him to dissipate the fog. Half of the 5th word had appeared. They could already deduce that it was the word star. However, at this moment, Lu Chen stopped. He smiled at Mulong. You revealed 4 words, and I revealed 4.5. This should not be considered rude, right? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.